Good morning, miners. Welcome once again to the mountain home. It is I, Horatius the Dwarf. Thank you all for joining me for another wonderful way to start the work week with Deep Rock Galactic. We are back at Hoxus, and we will be continuing our pathway. We last Friday had a very awesome shift in the mines. We hit Grandmaster ranks for our driller, which is really fucking pog. So yeah, today's just going to be a sort of regular shift. We're going to slap out the weekly core hunt and then probably do the deep dive. Oh, damn it. My bad. Sorry about the alarm in your ears. Sometimes I forget that when I have the countdown on, that when it finishes, it fucking beeps. And I forgot to close it. My bad. So yeah, how was everybody's weekend? Let's hang out for a few minutes before we get to work, shall we? Let's sip our coffee, have some tea. Killing a bug monster with your drills. I have, and it's not efficient. You can do a couple of things to make the drills do actually decent damage. But if you want my honest opinion, if you're working that hard to make the drills do decent damage, then you could just redistribute that elsewhere into like actually effective, a more effective build. But I've seen I've played with a driller or two who's likes to hold M1 with their drills out and just like obliterate grunts and shit on the lower difficulties, and it's incredibly satisfying. But it's not my preferred thing to do. In my opinion, if you're resorting to killing shit with your drills, then you have erred somewhere along the way. Good morning. By the way, good morning, Otis the Can. Good morning, Hobo Hero. Thanks you guys for coming out. Your weekend was all right. Pretty lazy overall. Love to see that. That's a great weekend, in my opinion. Sometimes you need a good lazy weekend to sort of like rejuvenate and recover from your previous week's trials and tribulations. Mythal Diggy, welcome. 78 degrees Fahrenheit at 9 a.m. is bullshit. Fucking facts. I went out to get coffee this morning. I forgot to set my cold brew up last night like an idiot, so I didn't have any cold brew. And because it is so hot, I was like, man, I don't really want to brew hot coffee. So I just went out and bought some cold brew. And it was like muggy and hot, and I was like, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, oh wait, it's the end of June, early July. We're in the middle of the fucking summer. That's why. Also, sorry I haven't shared my D&D grab bag to the Discord yet. I found some things I need to fix it. Oh, dude, no worries. Take your time on it. Honestly. Yeah, lazy weekend here, too. Was pretty great. I bet, because you went out... last week, you were out on holiday, right, Hobo? Or was that the week before? Am I getting my weeks back together? Because I know that you went out and did shit recently and went out and visited some people. Which I'm sure was, like, really nice to go and travel. I have not traveled. I mean, I'm not a big traveling man to begin with. But having not been able to travel, like, not being... like allowed to travel this past year and plus because of the pandemic and whatnot has made me kind of want to travel a little bit. I don't want to go too far from my mountain. Don't know who might come by and fucking pilfer from me, but how are you doing, Diggy? It's good to see you, man. Oh man, employee of the month is the art director. Yeah, dude, that art director here should get much love. Secretly knows what the error cube is for, won't tell anybody. Nice. Yo, I feel that desire to travel so hard. Yeah, man. Just want to see something different, damn it. Yeah. Nah, I get you. Especially, if you aren't a dwarf, that could be really hard to you know, see the same beautiful stone walls every day. They could probably grate on you. Anywho, let's go ahead and pop over to the game, shall we? I say. There it is, and whoosh. So okay, quiz time, miners. Do you guys care that I don't fucking deal with with I don't fuck around with transitions and shit? I know it maybe takes a little bit of the charm away from the quality of production for this stream, but I just don't have, like, anything nice made up yet, so I'd rather just, like, have it be simple. Xbob. Hi, chat. Hi, streamer. Welcome, welcome, Xbob. Thanks for coming by the stream. I hope you enjoy your little copper bronze beard there. So yeah, we're gonna get into some Deep Rock Galactic. I have we just hit red ranks on Driller, which is super exciting. We have the Abandoned Catch. Okay, so a salvage mission with no like warnings or anything on it. We'll crack this up to dangerous just for chill. To also find it suits the dwarf to skip transitions, very direct and efficient. I mean, that's how we roll here, right? We're drillers, so we don't really need Rocky Mountain. Let me check my build real quick, make sure it's all set up for solo play. Heightened senses. Yeah, okay, this is fine. And we have Bosco. Let's swap Bosco out a little bit. Let's give us the stock. I do love the stock Bosco. It's a good looking bot. So, right, so this is a salvage mission, so we're going to have to repair 2 mini mules, and then we're going to have to hold 2 locations, like a to defend the point is our primary objective here, and then our secondary is 20 Bulu caps. Now that's going to be tricky for a couple of reasons here in the Azure Wield. One, Bulu caps and the Azure Wield have incredibly overlapping color palettes, so it's going to be very tricky to find them in the environment. And two, because the Azure Wield is often a very vertical map, like the whole zone is just often very vertical in its generation, it can be difficult to find everything. Hey, good morning, Jeffy. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Oh, Otis, by the way, I did the workout before I came to the microphone. I just paced around my house for a good minute plus, so I hope that suffices. Get my heart rate up. Well, 3 Bulu caps right off the break really detracts from what I was saying earlier, but I'll take that. I'll take that loss. You know what I mean? All right. And we already have 6 Bulu caps. All right. Well, I guess 8 Bulu caps. Just casually have half of the Bulu caps we're gonna need for the entire mission, like, in the first room. I'm glad that I wasted all of that breath saying how difficult it was going to be to find Bulu caps on this stage when they're just like, how about in the starting room we just give him half of the ones he's going to need? Let's just make this dwarf completely chew on his own beard. Oh, which, by the way, little piece of lore tip there, and that's how they get you. It's true. Also, good morning and welcome to the stream, Barbarian. If you ever want to tell a dwarf to fuck off, a nice little, like, familiar terminology that they'll know is just be like, go chew on your beard. $12 Bulu caps. Give you a whole lot right away. Yeah, no, you're totally right. They could be hoodwinking me with a false sense of security off the break. Classic video games, you know? I do think that the Azure Wield is a really pretty zone, though. Like, you look at the zones that we had before the Hollowed Burrow and the Azure Wield came out. Oh, you did minor science this week? Tell me about it. Crap, I lost my train of thought. Oh well, probably wasn't that important anyway. Hoodwinked once again by a Hully Hoarder. I will say that the Hully Hoarder, I think, is one of the few targets that the drillers, that my driller kit at least, is not very good at dealing with, which is a real big fucking bummer. Because I sure do love pinatas. You know how last week we noted on stream that loot bugs sit around liquid Morkite pump jack zones? Yeah. We discovered that loot bugs will eat crystallized Morkite if you chip it off the wall. More than that, though, we learned that if you kill them after they eat it, they drop the Morkite. Yeah, that I did know, actually. I knew that if you encourage the loot bug to eat minerals, they'll drop that minerals when you kill them. That part I did know, but I didn't know about... I didn't know that they eat Morkite. I mean, frankly, I think, as we said, I assumed that that would be the case. But had never actually tested it. But there we go, looking, you know, doing some science. I'm about it. Good shit. It's so goofy, but I love that you can just, like, because holding the E button at all just, like, runs a repeating animation for the repair. That you can just tap E repeatedly and get this, like, goofy, like, machine gun hammering animation. It's just kind of goofy. Ah! Oh, well, would you look at that? Never punished. Yeah, so it makes sense liquid Morkite would just be easier to eat for them with their dumb little mouths. Alright. So, I posted the... Actually, hold on. You know what? Let me do this real quick. I fucking do this shit all the time, and I'm so sorry, guys, where I over-prioritize posting on Twitter instead of on the Discord. So, I'm actually going to do it right now. If you guys go to the Discord, in the Dwarf chat, I'm going to post this week's schedule for you guys all to see. But basically, the rundown is today we're going to do Deep Rock Galactic, and then Tuesday and Thursdays we're starting our new Tuesday-Thursday stream. We're going to be playing Celasta, Crown of the Magister, which is a D&D 5th edition-esque system-based like CRPG or like Baldur's Gate, basically. So that's going to be exciting. So tomorrow we'll probably do not an insignificant amount of the stream being dedicated to just like character creation and stuff, and a lot of that was slick. I picked that up and haven't actually played it since life got really complicated shortly after that. Yeah. But yeah, I played a little bit of Celasta, and I actually really enjoyed my time with it so far. So I felt like it would be a really good thing to put on stream because it's fun. There's a lot of choices to be made for, you know, chat to control. Oh, look at you. a... Yeah, it's a very good game. I like it so far. It is a interesting breakaway from 5th edition. Like, it does some stuff that's not like how 5th edition Dungeons and Dragons works. And then it does some stuff that's exactly how D&D works. So it's I'll obviously go into more detail about it tomorrow. I do expect that those streams will be much more chill and like probably a lot more like listening to the story, because the game is very much voice acted. I don't believe it's 100% voice acted, but it's got a lot of voice acting in it. And so I'll let the characters sort of breathe and, you know, let the voice actors perform. Yeah, it's I've not played it too far because I wanted to experience a lot of it with you guys, but I did some proof of concept stuff and enjoyed it a lot. Oh, by the way, side note. For the Discord and the Twitter, those they're the links for that. So you can go and check out the schedule that I posted in the Dwarf chat. So on Wednesday, we'll be doing Hammer Ting because I want to. Normally we don't get to stream on Wednesdays because it would conflict with my partner. But with her being a school teacher, she's not, you know, teaching anywhere right now. So, because it's the summer. So I can actually stream on Wednesdays again, which is really nice. So we'll do Hammer Ting on Wednesday, because I really, really like that game, and it's fucking fun. Fucking itched my nose and walked off a cliff like a dumbass. Alright. That was embarrassing. First mission of the day, we're going to make some mistakes. That's fine, that's why we got Bosco. So yeah, Wednesday's Hammer Ting, which in case some of you might not be aware, Hammer Ting is a 2.5 or 2D city builder that is themed with dwarves. So you are a slew of dwarves in a mountain home, making that mountain yours, and like building production buildings and fulfilling orders and trading with the outside world. And I'll be honest with you, with the recent update, there's a little bit of a lack of urgency in the gameplay, but that makes it really satisfying to focus on building up your mountain instead of having to worry about the world outside, which as a dwarf I personally think is really solid. Because why care about the world around you when you can just fucking take care of yourself and not be bothered? Maybe buy some wood, because you can't grow trees underground very well. Alright, I think we've got everything that we need, and there's a distressingly low amount of like goodies on this map, which is a real bummer. But whatever. Just tap this mission out real quick and not idle. No need to dilly-dally. So then Thursday, we're doing Celestia again, because as you guys know, we do, you know, Tuesdays and Thursdays are generally the same game. And then on Friday, we are going to do some Deep Rock Galactic, maybe do a collab if I can find someone to play with me in the morning. Maybe do like a community day of Deep Rock Galactic for the first time and see if anybody wants to play with me. Maybe we'll end up playing with Honora. Maybe do some Vermintide with Honora. I don't know. Depends on how the schedule shakes out. We'll see. And then on Saturday, we're going to do a Saturday stream this week at least a planned Saturday stream this week, where we're going to be hanging out and just doing some really chill fishing in Sea of Thieves. So we'll be doing that and just having a nice fucking relaxing experience there. I think a lot of people, when they play Sea of Thieves, they get really caught up in like, oh, I gotta go and do the events, and I gotta go do the tall tales, and I gotta go do shit. And it's like, honestly, in my opinion, the beauty of Sea of Thieves is the freedom that you have as a player to just do whatever the fuck you want. Although I will check myself and point out that that's a somewhat privileged position to have because of how far along in the game that I am. So, you know, we'll start the game, you know, on Saturday morning and just have a relaxing fishing time. We'll probably do some other stuff, but for the most part, we're just gonna dig up a bunch of bait and then go and fish up some fish and just AMA and podcast the stream away and hang out. Do some Q&A. Maybe do some lore shit. I don't know. Whatever you guys want to talk about. Saturdays are for the boys, so we'll see what everybody wants to see, you know? I'm being reminded pretty quickly on how relaxing Hazard 3 is after we did Hazard 5, you know? Last stream. But it's nice to do a nice... It's pleasant to play a low difficulty mission to sort of break the rust off the gears, you know? Wake up and get your shit together. Let that caffeine, if you're a caffeine person, sink into your veins and pep you up the rest of the way. Man, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm excited for this week of streaming. So, I want to confirm some stuff that we talked about last week. I got a confirmation from a partner and from an artist friend of mine, Hemlock, good friend of the pod. And we're gonna go ahead and probably call August pointing like a. I'm gonna play games with my partner. And by that I mean I'm gonna play games that they know really well, and they're gonna like laugh at me and critique me as I bumble my way through a genre that I'm pretty unfamiliar with, which is point-and-click adventure games. So they're gonna be picking the games that we play, and it's gonna be a real fun time. So how's the stream holding up, you guys? I'm curious about that. Because everything seems to be alright. Plus, we're about a half hour in, so I figured I'd check in and make sure that we're not having any tech problems. No one said anything, but... sometimes you will just sit there in silence, and I'll find out 40 minutes later when one person pops in and goes, "Hey man, your audio's a little fucked up." But man, I sure do love starting the work week off properly with some Deep Rock Galactic. Such a good way to kick the day off. And on a relaxing Hazard 3, you know, I kind of have to be a little bit aware, and I kind of, you know, got to practice some good FPS skills, but for the most part, you know, can't fall asleep at the wheel on Hazard 3, but... Which sound alert's only 19 times used?
Video games?
Yeah, that one doesn't get used a whole bunch. I mean, it's for one, it's a sub only, like only subscribers can do that one. But kind of expected to have my pickaxe back for that, or my power attack up for that, I should say. That one's hard to use. The video games can be hard to do, but I find it very funny. It's that's one of those things that's in there just for me. Yeah, people love the WoW. It's easy, it's cheap, it's very versatile. All right. Hey. Come on, drop pod. Let's get out of here. All right. Nice and relaxing way to start the day. Chill little Hazard 3 boy with no big warnings or difficulties on it. But now we're awake. We're primed up, ready to go. Cantina, I mean, when you consider that the Cantina is like 2,000 channel points, yeah, that was really impressive. Almost 10 times as expensive as the Owen Wilson WoW. It has a third of the uses almost. It says a lot to me. Alright. Let's see here. Next stage. Radioactive, Swarmageddon, low gravity, escort duty. This one's going to get a little rough. Low gravity is going to be a boon, especially to stay out of range of the swarms. But this is definitely a mission that I'm very happy that I'm a driller for. Sell Umanite, get money. Yeah, let's do that. Take some Slayer Stouts for the road. I'm fairly certain that I have this straight, that the Slayer Stout is the one that makes you get your power attacks charged back up quicker. I always get the Slayer Stout and the, oh jeez. I forget now the name of the other buff beer that improves your pickaxe damage, like just improves your regular pickaxe damage. Slayer Stout and Skull Crusher something. Damn. I'll remember it in time. I think I'm going to kick the lo-fi down just a little bit more. I feel like I'm competing with it a little bit. Too much fi, not enough low. So in this first initial chamber, we really want to be hunting down Nitra, because it's very difficult to find a lot of material and resource, I feel, in this game, or in this mission type, when you're actively escorting the drill dozer. Now, like, generally speaking, when the drill dozer stops for you to gas it back up, that's a pretty good time too to find some nitro and stuff. But oh, we're okay. There is so much nitro in this room. Big ban. Okay. I'll wait for you, big man. What's the scoot? Oh, look at all these glowing rocks. Save your money. No flares. Okay. So we'll go to our bindings. And unbind flare. Now, thankfully, that's not as much of a hindrance as it would normally be. Having no flares on a escort stage is not super impactful. I mean, it's impactful, don't get me wrong. I've already tried to hit the flare button 3 times since I turned it off. But at least I'll be able to see where I'm primarily going. The resupplies, or sorry, not the resupplies, the refueling is going to be annoying. And we might have to actually use Bosco to find the veins of oil shale, but I think we'll be okay. Put up there. I know there was at least one more vein. Is this going to be... Nah, this is not going to be all the nitro we need for 2 resupplies, but it's going to be damn close. That's another attempted flare. Slam this puppet down. Excuse me. Okay. Cool. Sometimes Molly can get stuck underneath the flaps of the cargo crate that has Doretta in it. So I like to make sure that Molly's actually free to move around. Let's get her underway. Ah, what? Okay. Not a lot going on here. Sorry about the lack of commentary, everybody. Sort of get out of here. So, I actually have a question for everybody. Something that I've been trying to figure out for a little while now is I have noticed a trend in a lot of the people that like follow my content, whether it's, you know, people who view my streams on a regular basis or people who follow me on Twitter a lot, or, you know, like engage with me on that. I've noticed that I seem to attract other content creators, and I'm curious if you're around and you're another content creator, why do you think that might be? Or have you noticed a similar thing with your own work? Do you think that just content creators like to vibe with other people who do content creation, or what do you think the reasoning might be there? Because I've got some ideas, but I'm overall just really fascinated by trends and stuff. Like, I find, you know, any big patterns really, really interesting to think about. This is a massive chamber. Whew. This is gonna suck. Well, thankfully, a lot of these rad crystals are doing a bunch of work for me in terms of keeping these swarmers down. All right. Oh, another interesting question. Do you guys know about sorry, not Dead by Daylight. Do you guys know about Darkest Dungeon? Because I've had the hankering to play that game a lot recently. And I don't know if people would be into it if I played that on stream. I kind of want to do it anyway because I like to do what I like to do. But it's a good game. You'd be down? Yeah, it is a really good game. Like, not to be like snooty, but I don't think anybody... Actually, you know what? I would actually be really interested to hear dissenting opinions about Darkest Dungeon and hear why people don't like it. I'm curious about Darkest Dungeon. Would love to see it. All right. Well, I might actually this time put a poll out and see if I can pick some people's brains about it. Because I've been playing Darkest Dungeon a little bit more in my free time, and golly gee whiz is that game good. I mean, I played it almost at release. It may have even been released. I don't know. I'd have to go back and check like when I bought it and stuff. But like, God, dude, that game is so fucking good. I'm so glad this game doesn't have bottomless pits. I can't imagine this game ever having like insta death. You know what I mean? Because like this game, despite having it be like a potential multiplayer co-op experience, where like, you know, your Left 4 Dead's and the like, which I've seen this game, I think this game is pretty reasonable to compare it to, like the Left 4 Dead genre. You know what I mean? Like, you know, 4-person co-op FPS type of deal. A lot of those games have insta-deaths, right? Like, where if you fall off the world, you just immediately, like, blip out of existence and shit like that. But it seems super bizarre to me to try and fathom this game. Because, like, you can't revive people. Like, if someone gets down and dead in Left 4 Dead, they're gone. Like, super duper despawned, can do nothing but watch the other people's, you know, camera. Whereas this game doesn't really play with that system at all. If you get downed, you're downed until you get picked back up, or until the mission ends because everyone else got downed. Or a fail state happens, you know? The game only ever ends for somebody if it ends for everybody. Which I honestly think is a really, really good thing to do. I just am very much not a fan of... We're going to lose a section of Doretta if I don't hustle my ass over there. It's going to be close. Damn it. That was ticks away. And if it wasn't for the fact that this room just has, how do you do, Master Dwarf and fellow miners? Welcome to the stream, Foss. Good to see you. But yeah, I'd be blown away if this game had something like bottomless pits, or something that just like immediately took you out of the game because it just really openly disagrees with the like design philosophies. Darkest Dungeon has an interesting problem for me. Things are going too well. Better stop and take a break before it goes to shit. Or damn, we've suffered heavy losses. Let's call it for now before we lose even more. Yeah, it's humorously enough. Like when you look at it, I think the Darkest Dungeon has a very funny learning curve to it. When you get into Darkest Dungeon, the aesthetic and like everything that the game sort of like visually sort of promotes in its player is caution. Be careful. Take your time. Be thorough. And like some of those points I think are really salient in terms of being good at Darkest Dungeon. But when you see people, if you watch a run, right, of someone going through a mission, like let's just say it's a simple mission, and they go through and they're incredibly careful, they take their time, and they bring like a jester and a vestal, you know, you can look at that and go, okay, this person is really new to the game, they're really uncomfortable with being, you know, with taking damage, they don't want to get hurt a lot, and then you see, you know, I'm not gonna try and be like, you know, beta whatever and then Omega Chad Darkest Dungeon player, because that's just, I think that's a silly meme for this situation. But like, experienced players get really comfortable with their stuns. They get really comfortable with being hyper aggressive, which, like, you know, you play that game and you see how undisciplined aggression gets really heavily punished in Darkest Dungeon. Like if you just like hold W and never look over your shoulder and you just go, you're gonna get fucking clapped. But when you sort of like unlock your fear and like break away from, you know, some previously held conventions about getting fucking bodied, it can be really freeing in Darkest Dungeon to just build a hyper offense team and just smoke every hallway battle in like 3 turns. Maybe 4 turns. Sorry, Foss, we're talking a lot about Darkest Dungeon because I've had it on my mind a lot recently. And in part, seeing if people would be interested in seeing a playthrough of Darkest Dungeon. Obviously, I would name characters after everyone in chat because I think that's really fun. Yeah. Come on. All right. I just like listening to a stream in the background, so go on with the conversation. Yeah, sorry, I got distracted because of bugs. Yeah, so I feel like I hammered that first point down. It's very interesting to me that, like, on a design level, Darkest Dungeon encourages being very methodical and careful. But the biggest thing that you can tell, the easiest way you can tell between someone who's really comfortable in Darkest Dungeon and someone who's really cautious or like really new to it is their general level of aggression for their party compositions, because that's such a big part of that game. Is I mean, what I would argue one of the biggest decisions that you make for a mission of Darkest Dungeon is what are the 4 characters that you pick. Not even what positions do you put them in and what skills that they take, because those are obviously big decisions as well. But like, what 4 characters do you bring, and do you even double up? You know. Because that's the thing you can do. You can double up on characters in Darkest Dungeon. I would even argue with some really, real fun. There are some classes that really do benefit from overlapping. which is weird because you'd think that that would not work out super well. But anywho, I just really like Darkest Dungeon. It's a really good game. Every time I load it up, I'm continuously surprised on how fucking pretty it is too. Darkest Dungeon, despite being entirely two-dimensional, I mean, almost every single part of that game is like a static PNG, or not a PNG, but like it's a static image with, you know, some like breathing animation to it to make them look alive and, you know, animated. But like it's incredibly simple and beautiful in its simplicity. And the design, oh my god, the voice actor, the voice actor for the Ancestor, who's not only like the antagonist, if you will, to the game, but also the like inciting incident, and like to some extent the guide for you as a player. Yeah, the more I talk about it, the more I'm convinced that I think I'm going to do it. I don't know when. So, like, Darkest Dungeon streams will be a soon TM timeline. Especially with the plan to do the themed month of August. But we'll see. Uh-oh. That was a green swarmer. We have a hive around here somewhere. I guess I could have just been the regular irradiated swarmers, but I'm gonna check either way. I don't need to be assaulted by more swarmers than I'm already being assaulted by while I'm doing this ending section. I could have swore that we had to do 2 resupplies or 2 refuelings for this stage, but I must have misread that. I know that I've completely ignored the secondary objective of gunk seeds this mission, and I kind of don't care. Huh. Has holding X always been... Yeah, there's a hive around here somewhere. Has holding X always pulled out your laser pointer? Or is that something I've just, like, never really realized? I gotta find this hive before I do this. You know what? No, I don't. I'm not going to anymore. I don't care anymore. It's time to go. Actually, I just shot a sheep in the back of the head in Kingdom Come and it didn't even react. Sheep are scary. I mean, there's a reason why the devil has goat's eyes, you know? Those grazing, eating herbivores have a real bad rep in that age of being associated with demons. Cloven hoofed monsters. Just trying to find a little bit of nitro before I get started. I really want to not start this siege without a resupply nearby. If I wasn't on half flamer ammo already and like down 30%. Oh, there it is, you fucker. I knew it was around here somewhere. Apothecary? apothecary. You've got me legitimately confused. I don't know why you spelled out apothecary. What's up? Oh, that's the right way to say it? Oh. Is that gold? No. Fucking red sugar. I might have to go in there with only either... I'll either have to go in with half ammo or fall back. The apothecary says his job all weird and still bothers me. Gotcha. I mean, hey, you know, we mentioned Kingdom Come, Deliverance, and no one has said, Jesus Christ be praised, Henry's come to see us. Man, there's really just no nitra in this entire fucking chamber. Bonk. Man. Is that an oppressor? Yeah, it is. Really need to not lose another section of Doretta before we even begin. Damn it. Alright, I'm gonna have to fall back and grab ammo from the old resupply, which is not ideal. Really rather not have to do this, but without flares, it took a long time to check that room for nitra, and we're burning a lot of time here. Thankfully, I don't have to hear that for some time being, since Skalitz hates me. Oh, really? How did you get Skalitz to hate you? Isn't that... I might be misremembering, but isn't Skalitz the town that you're from? How did you dampen your relationship with Skalitz that hard? We'll just take a full reload here and call it a day. Go get this thing done. Just like crossing my fingers that Doretta doesn't start taking damage at any point until I get close enough to do anything about it. Alright, that's a false flare number 10. Just as a little scoreboard for you, Barbarian, you fucker. Taking away my flares. Alright, we're coming up here. I'm gonna do the ending and get the fuck out of here. Kingdom Come is one of those games that I really wanted to like a lot more than I liked it. 10 bits for 10 false flares. Very well played, you bastard. Also, thank you for the 10 bits. I really do appreciate it. Literally every single cent helps the Mountain Horde grow and helps me do this stream better. So, I'll take it. Alright. I never noticed that. I never noticed that the little back splash or back platform disappears when it starts to do the final drill. Huh. You think you know a guy. Yeah, it's the tutorial village, and I may have killed 4 guards, potentially the bailiff as well. Holy shit. Did you smear shit on the walls with your friends? Which, you know, now that I say it out loud is a really weird sentence to say. Kingdom Come Deliverance was really fun when you did the fun parts, and really empty the majority of the time. Yeah, I don't know. There's parts of that that I actually kind of really appreciated. Like, Kingdom Come Deliverance really prides itself on being a semi-accurate representation of that part of the world at that time in history. And, like, sure, between, five villages, there might have been one or two groups of bandits in the woods between them, but there wasn't, like, dozens of fucking bandit groups. Like, that's one of the things that, now that I've gotten more into world building as a DM and shit, that, like, really kind of irks me about, like, some games. Like, I get that they're more fantastical in nature, and so that shit's gonna happen, but, like, it's really, like, intimidating to do crime in like, a small world, you know what I mean? Which is why I always thought it was, like, super fitting in, like, The Witcher, for example, in particular The Witcher 3, when you are going from town to town, you'll get in the occasional small scuffle, but for the most part, the things that you're encountering on the roads are like wild animals and maybe a small pack of monsters that are calling their local countryside their home. But even in Witcher 3, which is, I think, a really good example of doing this well, even then, there's this, like, kind of hyper-saturation. You know? Like, if you go in Witcher 3, there's, like, a section that comes to mind where, oh man, there's a group of goblinoids that live nearby, and then you fight them, and there's like 20 of the fuckers. And then with not even like a mile away, there's another pack of these goblinoids living around. It's like, how do these two groups not like bulk up together or kill themselves off in like a territory war? And how has no local lord... I mean, I guess that the second point is a little bit of a moot one because they do address this somewhat. But, like, how has, like, a local lord not been like, alright, let's get the militia together and, rout these goblinoids, because they're murdering people, Like, they're not just hanging out and eating the local, wildlife and fruit and fauna. They're like going and fucking murdering people of your village. And back in those times, like, you didn't just have infinite people, or I guess we don't have infinite people now either, but, a human life was a lot more valuable back then because it was so much harder to get an adult, It's a lot of invested resources to have a single adult when, people generally die by the droves every fucking winter because of, resource shortages and shit. Anyway, that's my world building diatribe for the day, I think. Come on, give me a break here. On a side note, it's surprisingly tough to beat an armored opponent in fisticuffs when you're just starting the game. Yeah, not surprising to me. One of the things that I think Kingdom Come Deliverance does really well is address how hard it is to kill a man in full plate armor without, like, tools that are expressly good at doing that. It's a very tired trope in a lot of visual mediums to be like, oh man, this knight just got cleaved in half, and it's like, that shit did not happen regularly. Like, it's very difficult to kill a dude in plate, which is why so few people wore it. I mean, sorry, the reason why so few people wore it is because it's fucking expensive. But, that's why, like, you get these armored princes that have minimal military training going out to war and somehow making it back alive. Wearing full plate, or even, like, half plate, with, like, a gambeson and shit underneath, which you would be wearing anyway, because that's how armor layering works at that time frame, you were nigh unkillable. Like, unless you took a lucky arrow to the visor, or, like, you got ripped off your horse and 5 militiamen shanked you and all of your weaknesses between the plates, you were going to probably walk away. Maybe with a cracked rib or a bloodied nose or something, but you were probably going to walk away from that battlefield. It's just very unlikely to be killed in those days before, gun. Super tangent, but world building thought. After playing more Northgard and watching kobolds expand like the little bastards that they are, I had an idea for a weird town where people sleep in their tool sheds and such because they believe if you leave a building empty for more than a week, kobolds just show up and live in there. And it's hard to root them out once they're settled. I like that idea. That's a fun one. Like, sort of a vermin... like, sentient race of people who just, like, push their fucking face into everywhere. There's a lot of, oh geez, what is it called? It's a game, it's like Thea? Something like that? I don't know. It's a game that plays with, like, Polish and Germanic mythology. Like, Northern Europe mythology a lot. And it's really, really good. And there's a lot of, like, house spirits and shit in that setting and in that, like, set of mythology that is like, yo, if you... It's almost equivocal to, like, Japanese yokai in a lot of ways. In that they're like, hey, if you do this thing, or if you are, don't pay your taxes, or, just, like, crazy little life lessons dressed up as monsters to teach virtue to people. Like, everyone in town gladly welcomes adventurers. Yes, please sleep in my barn for the night. Right, because then the sheep knocker is not going to come and go into your barn and knock on all your sheeps and make them, sick for the month because we didn't have medicine enough to understand how that shit worked, and so we blamed it on monsters. Yeah. No, I'm 100% with that. That's a fun idea. If you ever want to look up a really fun one, look up the Yule Lads. I might even pull them up and just, like, do that for a few seconds because it's really fucking funny to me. Do you guys want to hear about the Yule Lads? Parasites. Take dash. Alright, let me see if I can pull up a thing about the Yule Lads real quick. This is Icelandic Christmas folklore, by the way. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, so this is the 13 Yule Lads. So, I'll just read the Wikipedia article pretty much directly. The Yule Lads arrive over the course of the last 13 nights before Christmas, beginning December 12th. One then departs each day. Beginning on Christmas Day, in the order they arrived, thus each of them stays for 13 days. Below are the canonical 13 Yule Lads in the order that they arrive and depart. Sheepcoat Claude, who harasses sheep but is impaired by his stiff peg legs. Gullygawk hides in gullies waiting for an opportunity to sneak into the cowshed and steal milk. Stubby, who is abnormally short, steals pans to eat the crust left on them. So, like, if you've ever, cooked something and then there was, like, scraps behind after everyone took their serving, this guy would go in and eat all that shit. Spoon Licker, who steals and licks wooden spoons and is extremely thin due to malnutrition. Pot Scraper, who steals leftovers from pots rather than his buddy Stubby, who steals them from pans, I guess. Bowl Licker hides under beds waiting for someone to put down their asker, a type of a bowl with lid instead of dishes. Oh, used instead of dishes, which he then steals. So he steals your bowls and then licks them clean to eat. Door Slammer, who likes to run around your house and slam doors during night to wake you up. Skyr Gobbler, who has a great affinity for skyr, which is an Icelandic yogurt, or a food similar to yogurt. Sausage Swiper, who hides in the rafters and snatches your sausages that are being smoked. Window Peeper, a snoop who likes to look through windows in search of things to steal. Doorway Sniffer has an abnormally large nose and an acute sense of smell, which he uses to locate leaf bread. Meat Hook, who uses a hook to steal meat from your pantry. And Candle Stealer follows children in order to steal their candles, which are made of towel and thus edible. That's the Yule lads. Just 13 weird little boys that like to come and steal your shit every day before Christmas. And, leave, starting with Christmas. And welcome you into the new year by stealing your shit and just pestering you. It's so fucking weird, man. Northern European, like, folklore and shit is so fascinating. You never hear about it. If you want a really fun take on the Yule Lads and the Yule Cat and shit like that, you can look up Jesse Cox, Yule Lads or Yule Cat. They do, him and Krendor have a show called Cox and Krendor, and they talk about funny shit every week. I actually really enjoy their content. It's very funny. And they had a recurring skit or segment where they talked about Icelandic Christmas lore. It's actually where I learned about the Yule Lads. I knew about the Yule Cat and some of the other like weird Christmas stuff that the Icelandic people practice, but I had never heard about the Yule Lads until I heard them talk about it. It's really fucking funny. Oh hey, I can have my fucking flares back. Hell yeah. Jeez, man. God, dude. Those fucking stabbing vines are, in my opinion, just as threatening due to the pushback that they cause. Than the actual stab. I mean, that guy right there, I think, did more damage to me with the knockback than he did with the actual, like, fucking thrust. That, and I mean, for vines, for like a vine environmental enemy, they're really tough. And I understand my bias in this, but I think it's kind of bullshit that they're not vulnerable to fire damage. I mean, they are vulnerable to it, but they're not particularly weak to it. Anyway, that's my soapbox. I'll get off of it so we can use it for firewood. So, a goofy thing that happened in the VTubing community over the course of the weekend. I know that even though I am in fact a VTuber, I'm not super big in like the VTubing community. Like, that's not a big part of my identity. Good morning, Madrasity. Welcome to the stream. I do like interact with the VTubing community a lot. Mainly because, for the most part, I think they're a very good community. Like, every community has its fucking pieces of shit, obviously, but there's a lot about the VTubing community that I really like. But something that interesting happened in the community last weekend was there was a VTuber prom in VR chat, and I didn't go, nor was I invited. To be frank, I don't know that I would have gone if I was invited. But I think it's kind of interesting that it says a lot to me, at least, that this community, which is a pretty new community in the grand scale of things, like, you know, we've talked before on stream about how long VTubing has been out and around. And VTubing has definitely been around longer than you might initially suspect. Although it's definitely bloomed in popularity in recent years, like maybe the past year and a half. And like people who you could argue were the original VTubers probably never would have called themselves VTubers years ago. So there's a little bit like an argument of like, well, you know, if you're a pioneer of an art form and you don't call yourself part of that because you're not really concerned with the labeling of it all, do you really? Are you really? I don't know. It seems like a lot of thinking for the sake of thinking instead of for the sake of thought, if you know what I mean. Space Ghost Coast to Coast was a VTubing hashtag. Changed my mind. I mean, no, I won't, because I think that there's a hilarious amount of truth to that assessment. I mean, fuck, I love the argument that people are like, the annoying orange was the first VTuber. I don't know if they actually were, but I think that's very funny. I definitely engage with the question of who was the first VTuber in the same way I engage with the question of what's the best Christmas movie. In that the overwhelming majority of the people aren't really engaging with the question on a direct level, they're engaging with the question on a meta level. You know, if someone asks you what your favorite Christmas movie is, I think a lot of people are too busy giving, like, contrived, like, haha meta answers to that question than to actually say what their favorite Christmas movie is. Because they're not answering the question to answer the question. They're answering the question to elicit a response, which is not why you answer fucking questions. But that's me being, you know, up my own ass a little bit. Anyway, sort of lost my trail there. So I think that the fact that the VTuber community has a problem, or at least, I mean, let's call it what it really is. Somebody in the VTubing community thought it would be a really fun way to boost their signal by promoting themselves as an event organizer, and thought that a fun way to do it would be to do a prom. Because it's not like, one of the things that I've always purported, and I say this to you guys as a mixture of VTuber like fans and non-VTuber fans, because that's what I like about my community, at least so far, is that I am a VTuber in effect, but I'm not like, I don't know, I'm not someone who elicits a lot of fans from the VTubing fan base, if that makes any sense. Trying to step on eggshells with that a little bit, but it's legitimately something that I'm actually really happy about. I think it's super important to diversify your portfolio, and people who are like way too deep into one community sort of pigeonhole themselves a little bit. Anyway, sorry, sort of lost my train of thought. Again, which happens often, as I'm sure you guys know. So I think that the whole VTubing prom thing was a cool social thing that happened, and I'm sure a lot of people went and had a really great time, and that's fucking awesome. But because the fucking VTuber scene and community as a whole is so scattered to the winds, there's no uniform. There's no uniform front of VTubing at all. You know? Just a weird social thing that I thought was really wild that people got really into. I don't know that I have a point either. Just thought I'd bring it up. Oh boy. So, for those of us in the chat who have a fair amount of Deep Rock Galactic experience, I'm actually quite curious. What? Oh, you know what? No. Oh, there's the boys. Do you guys have a type of swarm that you prefer to have to deal with? Is there a swarm that you are particularly, like, not a fan of? For me, I like to go against Glyphid Grunt swarms because I just think that the Flamer is really good, or the Flame Thrower is really good at dealing with grunts in mass. Plus, I think it's really satisfying to just, like, see, 30 fucking Glyphid Grunts roll up on you and then you just roast them. Just feels really good to see your kit excel, I guess. So, statement of the century, I know. That on the higher difficulties, because of the way Glyphid Grunt spawns happen on the higher difficulties, you get so many more guards and slashers. I think that the Glyphid Grunt swarms scale really well and are really interesting because of that. Whereas, like, the Praetorian swarms, which, you know, you get, you know, anywhere from, like, 2 to 7 Praetorians, depending upon your difficulty or whatever. It's a little, I don't know, it's cool. It's a very different challenge, though. And I think that by the time you're playing on the higher difficulties, the getting hit by a bunch of Praetorians can be kind of just like an ammo sink if you don't have like a good AoE answer for that, like someone with satchel charges as a driller, or the nuke overclock on your engineer's grenade launcher. Would be a dick move. It would, and it'll also be not the smartest play because we're halfway through the stage. I would save it for the next run if you want. So you and I talked before about how VTubing is a way for people to feel more comfortable with parts of themselves that they had to not display for a portion of their life. So for a lot of people, the VTuber prom was probably a fun way to sort of experience a thing that was not necessarily positive for them in real life, surrounded by people who were more likely to accept them. Yeah, I really do agree with that premise, Barbarian. And I may have come off as a bit harsh or maybe a bit critical of the VTuber prom. And that was never my objective. I made a tweet about it last night asking, like, hey, did you go to VTuber prom? And if so, did you have a good time? Or what's your thoughts on proms in general? Which is kind of what I'm trying to sort of prod at that question here with you guys. But that's a really good point, you know, and something that I definitely had considered. You know, I personally had a very classic neutral experience with prom back in the day. You know, in high school, I was one of those, like, I mean, I looked like I was straight up in a grunge band, or I smoked a lot of weed. In high school, although I did not smoke weed in high school. Humorously enough. Although I did get asked regularly, like, hey, where can I get some? Which I thought was really funny. But anywho, joking about drugs aside, I had a really, like, net neutral experience with prom. I went with a bunch of my friends, and, like, half of us went stag. Like, half of us just went as solo. Like, and we honestly just turned the prom that we went to into us hanging out with people that we normally only hang out with at school. And sort of bucked a lot of the trends or bucked a lot of the norms of prom. And so, like, we hung out and wallflowered a lot, shot the shit, talked about video games, and just fucked around. It was a really, like, fun experience, and we did a lot of people watching and laughing at. I remember, I'm not going to drop any names for sake of privacy, but I watched a female friend of mine that I had known since middle school, or not since middle school, but for my entire high school life. And I was good friends with her, although we did not, like, hang out outside of school very much. I watched her reject, like, 3 dudes that asked her out to dance in a row, and then her super close friend, who later became her wife, asked her to dance, and she accepted. And I just, like, I could just see, like, 4 dudes that had, like, proposed her to dance, like, look on and just, like, watch their faces drop, and I was, like, fucking dying, dude. And one of them I even, like, pointed at and laughed at because I was an asshole. He didn't take that shit well, but I don't give a fuck. I haven't played a lot, but I feel what class you are will affect your bias towards best swarm. Oh, but absolutely, Madrosity. Abso-fucking-lutely. The only swarm that I don't like to see is the regular swarm that gets a bulk detonator in it. Mainly because I don't like fighting bulk detonators. I'm a big baby when it comes to bulk detonators, but It's hard to have an opinion on something you've never experienced. We don't have a prom in my country. Well, so do you? But does your schools hold like social events that might be not are like thematically the same as prom, but structurally the same? Sorry, I said that backwards. That are not structurally the same as prom, but are thematically the same as prom. Okay, yeah. So you just swerved from all of those. Gotcha. Well, what do you? So let me expand the question then to let you stay involved if you care to be. What do you think of schools or like public education systems orchestrating social events like that? Do you think that that's a good thing to do? Do you think that it's harmful? Or I guess, do you think it's more beneficial than harmful, or the other way around? Or are you just gonna net neutral on the whole thing? Lucky enough to have school offered after prom, and I went to that. It's kind of fun. Nice. I love popping these. These, what are they? Thorn pots. It's very satisfying to do. Right, we have 5 more fester fleas to kill and about 50 more kite to get. I hear it's either an oppressor or a bulk detonator in the distance. I can hear that like sonorous cry. It's not great. I feel like that's an oppressor. Yep, there it is. For 1. Hell yeah. Alright, 2 more fleas and then we're out of here. A lot of them had something called Friday bars, where students would grab some beers or drinks on school property, generally starting around 7 and going till 10 to 11. Holy shit, school sounds cool. It was a once-a-month thing. See, I like that. I actually really, really like that. And I'll explain why. I don't know if it's necessarily a healthy norm, but it's definitely a norm in adult, like, public society to, to celebrate the weekend, and with that weekend, go, okay, like, it's Friday, so we all go out and party super hard on Friday to reward ourselves for getting through the work week, and then we recover and maybe double down on Saturday, and then we definitely recover and get our affairs in order for the next week on Sunday. Like, that's the traditional, for better or for worse, approach for handling weekends. So I will actually really, really give credit where it's due. I think that having, like, a social event on Friday evenings really sort of perpetuates and normalizes that behavior. Again, with mixed results of positive versus negative attributes there. I actually don't know how I truly feel about that, but considering how little... Oh, shit. Better VAR handshake. You'd love to see it. Alright. I find it interesting, Foss. I live in a country where you can buy booze under 16.5% at the age of 16. Like, I think that that's a really interesting line in the sand to draw. Because, I've heard, that the age of purchasing different kinds of alcohol is different depending upon where you are. I've never heard the contributing factor being dictated by the percent of the alcohol. So that's interesting to me. I can see the logic behind it too, frankly. It's a subtle but effective way of limiting the kind of booze that people can get without being like just beer and wine, because some beer and some wine can be really potent. Yeah, I kind of really dig that's the line, you know, is alcoholic content, or proof, if you will. My college offers a late night breakfast near finals. It's all you can eat for $5. That's also, I think, a really healthy-ish method there, you know. $18+ to buy hard liquor. Gotcha. Yeah, like I've definitely heard that before, but like I said, you know, the question I hear often becomes like, okay, well, where's the line in the sand? Where is the no more for younger people? And so to hear that it's something nice and mathematical, like, you know, the proof of the alcohol, I think it's a really smart and technically savvy decision. That shit looks so cool, if incredibly freaky. Though it's also worth to note that some laws don't explicitly state at what age you can legally drink. That's technically not against the law for a 14-year-old to get hammered. Just stupid. Yeah, I mean, and that was so, like, I've been pretty open about this before. Like, I used to smoke weed quite regularly for a couple of years. And even though weed was very, very available to me when I was in high school, I pretty explicitly said earlier that I didn't smoke weed in high school. And my reasoning for that, other than I was kind of straight edge at the time, in a lot of ways, is I thought that, or, you know, I did some research, which is not to sound dismissive of those who did smoke when they were in high school, but I found that, you know, there was a lot of evidence to support the idea that, you know, smoking at all is unhealthy for you, to be completely fucking straight away. Like, smoking anything. I don't care what you think you're smoking and you think that that's okay. Smoking anything is bad for you. Full suck and stop. Your lungs are not accustomed to inhaling smoke on a regular basis. Don't fucking do it. If you want healthy lungs, don't do it. That's my PSA. However, like, I smoked hookah for, I mean, I would almost say, like, the better part of a decade. I regularly smoked hookah. And there are some upsides to smoking hookah by comparison to smoking, you know, traditionally. I always smoked tobacco out of my hookah. I never smoked weed out of it. But I knew that some people did do that. And then I literally felt, the first time that I realized that my, like, lung capacity was being affected by smoking my hookah, I stopped cold turkey, just immediately quit. And there was like I said, there was a time period where I smoked weed, and very similarly, I stopped smoking weed for health reasons. Not that I was particularly unhealthy, but, like, I felt it begin to affect me. Holy shit, 2 gold chunks in one mission. You love to see it, boys. Anyway. Oh, small little Deep Rock Galactic tip. You may have noticed I killed that goo bomber with a power attack with my pickaxe. The power attack on the pickaxe, generally speaking, is strong enough to break both of the goo sacks on its abdomen, or its thorax, I guess you'd call it. And if you destroy both of the goo sacks on the bomber before it dies, when it does its little like death spiral, it doesn't drop a line of goo on the ground. So I highly recommend that when you can, power attack those goo bombers. It makes them a lot less threatening when they die. So yeah, I quit smoking weed mainly because of being paranoid about, breaking a federal law. But secondarily and arguably more importantly, was the idea that I didn't want to hurt my lungs anymore. Goo bombers are such drama queens while dying. Yeah. I mean, goo bombers and other Mecteras, like other flying enemies, are probably the best, like, logic I've ever heard for I bring the cryo cannon, because if you freeze a flying enemy and it falls to its death, and it falls and hits the ground, it immediately dies no matter how much health it had left. That is, in my opinion, the biggest positive mark for using the cryo cannon. But I'd just rather burn things. Plus, I see a lot of drillers use the cryo cannon, and if you have double driller and one's using a flamethrower and one using a cryo cannon, the amount of thermal shock shenanigans that you can pull in a run is fucking legendary. It's so fucking good. Also, Guitarius, welcome, man. Thanks for coming to the stream. It's good to see ya. After this mission, I'm going to take a little bit of a bio break, everybody, since we're going for about an hour and a half at this point. Just need to stretch my legs, get some water, take a piss. You know how it goes. I'll be right back. I'll see you guys in a minute. Ooh, Tool of Destruction skin set for the Gunner. Nice. Also, I'm back. Hello. Welcome back, everybody. Ah, jeez. Tunnel Rat might be really useful for the deep dive. Let's see, where is it? Salt Pits, not so much, but yeah, let's do it. It feels just really smart to, no matter what the deep dive is, to take the buff beer because you're getting its value for 3 stages. I don't know. Unless it's like in the sand area and it's the terrain, like cleaner, like the one that lets you pick terrain away faster. Like, other than that combo, I think it's pretty much always worth it. Dash, stash, stow, reload, iron will. Man, do I want to take heightened senses for this? Yeah, I think I do. What is a deep dive? I haven't gotten that unlocked yet. So, after you promote any dwarf at least once, you gain access to having these things called matrix cores. These get, so you get blank ones, and then you can get them with overclocks, which are like an ultimate upgrade for a gun. There's a lot of them you see that I have. You can get weapon skin sets, cosmetics for your guns. You can get accessories for the particular dwarves, and victory poses for the dwarves. Now, deep dives you also unlock at the same time, and deep dives are essentially a faster version of the weekly core hunt, which is what we just did. The weekly core hunt sends you the 3 specific stages. It's essentially a weekly assignment that you can do. But what's important to remember is the deep dive is probably the ultimate challenge for a player. There are 2 deep dives. There's the regular deep dive and the elite deep dive. These deep dives are kind of on like a janky difficulty that's not normally accessible. The regular deep dive is like hazard 3.5. And the elite deep dive is like hazard 5.5. Like, it's even more difficult than hazard 5 stages are. And the big thing that makes deep dives distinctly different from regular stages is, instead of going and doing a stage and coming back, and then doing the second stage of an assignment and coming back, and etc. for the third one, it's stage, stage, stage. Then you go back to the lobby. Now, there's some really cool stuff that comes with that. When you do the deep dive, we're going to go to 3 stages. You can see the 1, 2, and 3 at the bottom there, and the hexagons. If I go and do this deep dive and I die on the 3rd stage, the next time I rack this week's deep dive up, 1 and 2 will be filled in. So to point out, hey, you've done the first 2 stages of this deep dive already, and you'll only get a reward for doing the 3rd one. Now, there's a couple of other things that go into that. The main one being that between the stages 1, 2, and 3, in gold, nitra, your health, your ammo reserves are carried over between the stages, because you're literally doing one stage right after another. So there's no like equipment refresh. Now, on the upside, the first stage of the deep dive is generally easier than the latter 2. So a very viable strategy in a deep dive is to spend a little bit more time on the first stage digging up a bunch of extra nitra to carry it over to the 2nd and 3rd stages so you can power through them faster. Now, the other major difference for a deep dive to conventional stages that you may have already noticed in the top right of the screen is that my objectives, for which I still have 2, which is normal, are both primary objectives. So I have to go and mine 225 Morkite, which is a regular primary objective, but I also have to repair 2 mini-mules, which is also a primary objective. There's not going to be any Bulu caps, Apaka blooms, any secondary objectives on these stages. Every stage is 2 primaries. And that, I think, is probably maybe the second biggest difference between deep dives and regular stages. Because deep dives can be pretty long, I don't often go out of my way to pick gold on these stages, mainly due to the fact that they get very difficult the longer you play. So, that's any stages, by the way. All stages have a like rising tension mechanic to it, where the stages get more difficult and the threats get more threatening the longer you're there. But yeah, that's pretty much all the differences between deep dives, or like what a deep dive is, and the regular gameplay. But deep dives, very fun to do, in my opinion. Very satisfying to accomplish. And doing the elite deep dive is kind of like a badge of honor of like, that's the most difficult thing that a player can really do in the base version of this game without any mods or anything. I have done only, I think, 2 elite deep dives successfully. They are very challenging. I highly recommend either bringing a very sweaty, survival-oriented build, or playing with really good friends. Because they can be really, really challenging. And honestly, week to week, the deep dives are different. And so you can do a deep dive one week and be like, oh man, this deep dive was really easy. And then the next week, the next deep dive will come around and it's like disgustingly fucking difficult. Elite deep dive did get very difficult. Yeah, that's true. Dwarf life in a nutshell. Alright. Is this really a split path? That's very rare. That's legs, okay. So we'll go this offshoot to the right first. It also seems where these green swarmers are coming from. There you are, you rat bastard. I can barely handle low hazard stuff. I mean, you'll get there, honestly. Like, I've been playing this game since, like, almost the first availability of it to, like, the general public. And I still really struggle with Hazard 5 missions, as seen last week when we did it on Friday. And doing the Elite Deep Dive. Like I said, I've only done the Elite Deep Dive successfully, like, twice. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Yep, I went in a full circle like a fucking Neanderthal. Because it's down. What the fuck? What the hell, video game? Yo, although this early Nitro, though, in a deep dive is fucking real sexy. Like, this is really, really nice. But Madrasity, you'll get there, man. Like, honestly, that's one of the things that I really, really appreciate about Deep Rock Galactic, and is one of the things that I tell people a lot who are like, oh, I'm not really big into FPS games. Good. Deep Rock Galactic is fun at every difficulty level, in my opinion. And, like, if you want one of the most difficult FPS experiences of your fucking gaming career, play shit on Hazard 5 and more difficult, you know? And do the Elite Deep Dive and shit. It's the challenge is in this game. But if you want a fucking relaxing game to vibe out to, and, like, chill and, like, play with your friends and just sort of, like, have a first-person shooter Minecraft almost-esque experience, Hazard 1, Hazard 2, perfect for that. Absolutely perfect for that. Hazard 5 is more about speed than long-term survival. The faster you're through it, the easier it is. Yeah, substantially so. That's probably one of the biggest modifiers on the higher hazards, is how quickly the stage gets out of hand. I actually, to be entirely honest with you, one of my main critiques about Dark Souls, one of my main critiques about Deep Rock Galactic, because I do have critiques about Deep Rock Galactic, obviously, is I think that its higher difficulties are kind of boring. Not because they're bad. I actually think they are really fun to do. But they're not very inspired. Like, maybe this is just my lack of experience or maybe my lack of perspective here. But from what I've seen, a lot of the higher difficulty of the upper hazard levels is just the amount of mistakes and hits you get to take. The enemies don't necessarily get smarter. They don't. I mean, I would say that between Hazard 1 and Hazard 3, the enemy pool gets a lot more diverse, which is really exciting, which is actually why I stay on Hazard 3 and 4 most of my gameplay, is because at 3 and 4, in my opinion, the enemy diversity pool sort of peaks and just sort of stays at that like level of diversity between the, like each stage. And so 5 is just like, what if everything did 30% more damage? And that's a viable way of encouraging difficulty and making a game more difficult. But and like I said, this is just my opinion, it's kind of boring. Which is why whenever I play a video game and they have difficulty settings in them, and I look at them and it's just like, you know, maybe do a little bit of homework and like see what the community has determined the difficulty changes are, if they're kind of vague up front about it. And it's like, oh, enemies do 15% more damage, you have 10% less health. It's like, that's really uninspired. Like, all that does is reduce the amount of mistakes you're allowed to make, which is difficulty. I'll give it that. Like, factually, that is difficulty. But if the decisions that you're making aren't more interesting, you know, then all you're really testing is someone's consistency. You're not really, in my opinion, you're not really testing their skill at that point. Which is why I like games like Darkest Dungeon's difficulties. There's a little bit of those numerical differences in its different difficulty settings. But the main difficulty changes between like the base difficulty and normal difficulty, or sorry, Radiant, which is easy, and the normal difficulty, and the higher two difficulties in Darkest Dungeon is like, in Darkest Dungeon it's like a long form campaign game. One of the difficulty modifiers that gets placed in the higher difficulty, Blood Moon I think it's called, or Stygian, I think it's actually both depending upon what DLCs you have, never mind that, is you can only lose 16 heroes over the course of your campaign. If you lose more than 16 heroes, you fail. They should, like, campaign fail. And I will sort of backpedal a little bit, because that is, like, on paper, that is straight up. You get to make less mistakes, but those are, I think, the mistakes are more of a macro level than a micro level mistake. If that makes any sense. Because, like, you take more damage is a micro mistake cap, you know? You got hit, you took more damage, and you can only take hits, you know, less times because of the higher numbers. Okay, so you can make less micro mistakes. But losing a character in Darkest Dungeon is more of a macro mistake. You've made multiple micro mistakes to lose a character. And you're only allowed to lose 16 characters. And for those of you who don't know, there are some parts in that game where it is pretty much guaranteed that you're going to lose a character. Not factually guaranteed. There are workarounds. So even though you're only allowed, air quotes, 16 deaths, it's more like you're only allowed 12 deaths, because most likely, if you're not particularly well versed in Darkest Dungeon, you're almost guaranteed to lose a couple of characters. Also, there's a week limit. Like, every time you do a stage in Darkest Dungeon, that counts as a week of time. And in the highest difficulty, you fail the game if you go past 99 weeks. If you hit 100 weeks, you run out of time, and the MacGuffin ritual concludes, and Eldritch Horrors take over the world. And again, that's like, it's very similar because it's a numerical change, right? It's saying, hey, you only have this many weeks to do stuff. And so this is, you know, you get less mistakes, but the main thing is that it discourages you from just laying on your laurels and grinding out a full roster of 20-some heroes that are all level 6 with amazing trinkets and fantastic quirks to go and roll the last dungeon very easily. So yeah, I don't know. I know this has been like a gigantic diatribe, but I just really like talking about like game design and difficulty settings. I think are a really interesting and multifaceted arguing point. And maybe I've been, looking at a lot of Darkest Dungeon stuff recently, and maybe I just really want to talk about Darkest Dungeon more. Maybe. Yep. Yeah, we'll mine this gold and leave. And that nitro. Holy cow, we got so much nitro. Almost more nitro than we'll need for the whole rest of the deep dive. But so we're gonna mine this nitro while we wait for the drop pod to show up. And at 350, 360 nitra, I think that's enough for 4 resupplies plus some change. So we should be super good. But yeah, absolutely, that's a very valid point, Guitarius, that the higher difficulties of this game are more about being quick. So sort of set up something that I was talking about earlier about Darkest Dungeon, hilariously enough, is that hyper-aggression in Deep Rock Galactic is really rewarded. Which is why I think that the hazards are really kind of like a... What kind of groove are you feeling for gameplay today? Do you want like a slow, relaxed, methodical experience? Play on the lower hazards. If you want a faster-paced, hyper, FPS experience, then you're going to need to go on those higher ones. So I guess to summarize and to be crystal clear so I'm not like talking out my own ass, I think that the way difficulty is done in Deep Rock Galactic is for the most part very well implemented, and I like that because this community in this game is so open and like cool with its people. Like, I have literally only ever once in this game, in all of my hours in it, experienced somebody who was like, oh, you want to play in Hazard 3? I don't think I'm going to play with you because, like, Hazard 3 is for babies. You know what I mean? Like, only once. And I've played with a lot of randos. Maybe not as much as others, but I've played with a lot of people, and just this community is incredibly just down to play Deep Rock Galactic and is just really passionate about playing the fucking game. And I don't know, that makes me really happy on the inside. Devs are like Haas's immunity system. The players find a way to cheese it. They implement new creature to spice it up again. Yeah, absolutely. Well, we have a lot of people who like to do bunker strats. Here's the oppressor, fuckers. What do you mean we can't pierce its armor? You can't pierce its armor. Fuck. It's really vulnerable to melee damage in the butt, so, get behind it. Yeah, I always really appreciate when I see devs from video games like adapt a new challenge to the popular strategies. For example, another game that did, I thought, a very clever method or a very clever implementation of that was in Hunt Showdown. It's very popular to fight the boss monsters in that game with explosives and fire, because the boss fire is a very powerful weapon in that game. Burning things is really good, or poisoning it for the things that are vulnerable. The enemies that are invulnerable to fire are almost always, if not actually always, now that I think about it, very weak to getting poisoned. So, like, most people who wanted to go and clap bosses really fast and very efficiently, they would bring some explosives or some fire. And they tried to patch that by making the one boss who's immune to fire more resistant to explosions, and people just sort of caveman bonked their way through the defense buff. And so the latest boss monster that they introduced into Hunt Showdown is called Scrapbeak, and Scrapbeak steals all of the resources in the compound that you fight it, but drops those resources as you damage it and as you kill it. Caveat: if you blow it up, if you deal explosive damage to it, or if you set it on fire, it still drops those things, but the resources get damaged and are not usable to you as a player. You see them on the ground, they're burned out and you can't use them. Including ammo and shit. So it's very common in Hunt Showdown to find ammunition stashes in the game world. Whew. Yeah, I don't know that it's player shaming, although that's a very fun way to say it. But yeah, just having devs be adaptive to their player base. You know what I mean? It's all right, motherfuckers, you think that that's the only way to do this shit. Well, here's a motherfucker who's not vulnerable to that strategy. Expand your fucking brain. I hear it. I should not have burnt my power attack on that guy. Stop. Oh, I'm out of fucking ammo. Time to call and resupply. I already repaired that. Get wrinkled. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I always love to see. So I play a lot of tabletop gaming. Actually, that's not true. Right now, I'm actually kind of in a slump of playing tabletop gaming. But I love the tabletop gaming, and have multiple times in my life had a lot of tabletop going on in my weekly schedule. Anyway, so I think we're just gonna drop this guy down. There we go. So many of these roly-poly motherfuckers. They're so fun, but really annoying to kill. Have you tried the seventh continent? I have not tried out Seventh Continent. What is it? Tell me about it. Actually, I don't think I've ever heard of that game. Alright, and we're repairing. After this, we'll get the egg and get out of here. Basically, you have a curse to explore an unknown continent to cure it. It's a long-form game designed to be played over multiple sessions. Okay. I mean, not the most unique base premise, but that's not at all required for a good game. I'm very much interested to see it. Can I ask you to link this? Actually, hold on. I won't bother with that. Is it on Steam? If it is, I'll just look it up right now. Huh, not seeing Seventh Continent on Steam, so I guess it's not on Steam? Oh, it's a board game. Sorry, I misunderstood that entirely. Yeah, still not familiar with that, but I love board games, so. Although I'll put this out there, it's been a real bummer with the pandemic. I've played very little board games ever since the pandemic started. Oh, right. I was talking about tabletop, and I completely lost my train of thought. So, as a forever DM, somebody who's been the game master pretty much my entire life, that little guy's having a hard time of it. I've always really liked the relationship that a developer or a dungeon master or whatever. Board Game Geek link? Yeah. Madrosity, are you on the Discord? Are you on the Stream Hearts Discord? The one that I'm a part of? Because if you are, just drop it there in Dwarf chat and I'll check it out after the stream. At me if you want to. It'll help. Thank you, I appreciate it. We got tons of ammo for this swarm, it'll be alright. We just cracked that egg. That warden. Yikes. Sorry, I got distracted with the swarm. What I was saying was, I like the... So, commenting about, or expanding on, I should say, the whole game devs responding and being adaptive to their player base and the metas that form in their game rules. I feel the very same way about being a dungeon master. I think that it's poor practice to be completely reactionary to your players. It's very much like a dance that you should have some plans that you stick to and don't budge on. But definitely, if you respond to your players, you can have a very fun and organic difficulty curve in the way in which your games get played. And I really do think that sort of stuff helps those experiences stand out. I had a party one time who had a monk who was very high mobility, and so he had a tendency to get himself into a lot of trouble while the party caught up. They literally couldn't keep up with his move speed, so he'd get to the fight before them. And so the way I started playing my combat encounters is that the enemy would not wait for the rest of the party to show up to do its big attacks. It would just dunk the monk right away. Just dump all of its resources right into the monk. And he would go down almost. Like there was a section, almost an arc of the story where the joke was, and that's when the monk runs in and gets fucking bopped, and then we all get there and pick his ass up. I just thought that was really funny. What is this green? Oh, just like a holdover of a Praetorian's corpse, I guess. Dunk the monk, yeah. He took it in good spirits, to be entirely frank with you. The guy was a really, really fun person to play with. And a good friend of mine that actually comes by the stream from time to time. And if he was here, he probably would have laughed about the telling of that. But yeah, his monk was really scary. So over the course of that campaign, I don't know how often you guys have played with this sort of concept in your D&D or your other tabletop games, but having like non-canonical like abilities being given to your players, like, oh, that's not really part of this class's like class features, but we're gonna give it to him anyway. So I helped that monk, like he sort of wanted to be a highly mobile fighter, so I gave him all the mobility and then sort of played into him being overzealous with his mobility. So it became a fun little thing where like the players would come up with a new fun way to use their abilities that I had been giving them, and then I would have to come up with creative ways to counterplay their ideas. Which I want to comment briefly about, I think, a pitfall that many pen and paper tables fall into, and that's like this very draconian ideal that it's us versus them, like it's the game master versus the players. That's just really old school, and I don't think it's really healthy for a table to feel that way or to think that way. Mainly, I just think that, and this probably is a perspective that I hold because of how I think about tabletop gaming. For me, it should be a very like community experience. It should be very story driven. And I have that perspective because I feel, again, this is just me, that no. I hold the opinion that tabletop games, D&D and Shadowrun and all the others, these are the modern day version of the oral storytelling traditions. So for me, it's a cooperative storytelling opportunity rather than a antagonistic, I gotta beat what the DM throws at us because that's the enemy, It's like, no, this is... Combats in a game like that should really be more focused on, like, hey, this is a fun story that we can tell together, and these conflicts, sometimes visceral, are more often ideological than just purely physical. I don't know. That could just be me being like hyper intellectual and like up my own ass, but it's just how I see storytelling. Another thing that was really funny in that same campaign, same party composition, was there was a cleric in the party, and I don't know how deep you guys are familiar with Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, but something that's been a trope or a consistent mechanic for clerics since almost the beginning of D&D, as far as I can think of it, is having... the cleric specialization being more of a what is the domain of abilities. Do you get ammo refills when you go deeper? Nope. You have to use your nitra that you have stockpiled. So the 400 nitra that I have, which is way too much nitra, by the way, for this. I'm a little overstocked on nitra, but that means that this last stage is going to be really easy. Like, I'll show you in a second that all of my guns are at the same ammo reserves that they were when I left the last stage. Between the stages, there's no refills. so you have to use your nitro to refill. Which is why we spend so much time on the first stage mining so much fucking nitra, so that we don't have to spend a lot of time doing it on these later stages. Because they get more difficult. Okay. Yeah, with ammo drops? Oh my god, that's so satisfying to do. To kill bugs with them. Right, so sorry. Clerics have domains, which are generally like you get a couple of options based off of what deity you pray to. 5th edition's a little less restrictive. You just gotta pick whatever you fucking want. Which I think is a very welcome change of pace. Okay, cool. Molly's not stuck. I got concerned for a second. Oh shit, don't call her onto that. So we had a war domain cleric, I believe. And war domain clerics are basically, hey, do you want to play a cleric with a little bit of a paladin lean? You know, be a little bit more martial, a little more melee, physical focused. And so he became this like defensive frontline fighter for the team. And so his original idea was like, oh, I'm going to be this like warrior priest. It's going to be fucking rad. And I'm going to go up and I'm beat the shit out of dudes. And then he spent so much of his time in combats just like keeping his allies from eating shit that by the end of the game, he became like this guardsman of the team. He would like hold his reactions or hold his actions constantly to, you know, interrupt the opponents from killing his fucking friends. And so he became more of a protector than like an aggro, you know, I hit things with my mace, ha ha ha. And I just really like that sort of adaptive play, you know? Seeing, like, having a character concept and then having a character, an in-character arc that isn't even in the story, you know, just like a mechanical arc. That shit's really, really fascinating to me when that stuff happens. Stop. Alright, so this is going to be our first refueling here. It's so fuel inefficient to do this, but I'll actually jam my drills. That's embarrassing. I swear this never happens. Man, this stage has oil shell all over. So regenerative bugs is a pretty scary modifier on this stage. If a bug goes any amount of, like, any reasonable amount of time without taking damage, they'll start to heal. And that heal is pretty fast. Like, if I didn't have Bosco, I could probably showcase it a little bit better. But essentially, if, like, if I down a grunt to maybe 10% health and then leave him alone for maybe 15 to 20 seconds, he's going to be full health again. Which makes, like, certain types of fights really challenging. Now, thankfully, and another one of the reasons why I'm such a fan of the flamethrower is due to the nature of the flamethrower being one of the few damage over time effects in this game, it makes it really effective against regenerative bugs. Because if you can't finish a target right away, but you can set it on fire, it essentially delays the time before that bug is going to start to regen. So it can buy you a lot of time in a hectic fight, which is just really fucking handy. Alright, back at it again. Alright. So yeah, I think due to the way that he just laid out that voice line, we're going to have to do a secondary gas stop. And I'm just going to not worry about collecting these eggs until we're done with the first objective. Just not leave the drill dozer's side until the escort's over. It's going to take a little bit more time than we really want to be giving, but like, what is it, 36 minutes so far, and we've done 2 stages and change. We're going to be okay. I don't know that we're going to get the 45-minute time, but I've already gotten that achievement. If that wasn't super clear, there's an achievement in this game to do a deep dive, either of them in 45 minutes or less. And it's pretty satisfying to do the first time. And I think is kind of almost a guideline of like, hey, this is how fast you should be aiming to do these. Oh, are we just going to uncover one of the eggs naturally? Here we are. It's alright, Doretta, you're going to take some damage here, but I'm just glad that opening, like exposing that egg didn't cause a swarm. That would have been bad. As that totally could have happened. Oh, that's a oppressor. Gotta grab some sugar real quick. Very convenient red sugar. Alright, that was a little chaotic, but we're full in motion once again. Unfortunately, really low on flamer. We're gonna have to lean on this pistol for a little while. Does repair cost any resources? No. No, it does not. Which is really, really fucking nice. It could have been really easy to just been like, yeah, it uses a couple pieces of nitro every time you repair, you know, and just like brick your nitro. But I feel like if that was the case, that they would compensate by like having a higher rate of nitro, excuse me, on these maps to compensate. But it could be a really interesting way to sort of increase the difficulty in an economic way for these stages. I'd be really interested to see how that manifested now that you pointed out. I don't know if I'd like it, but I definitely would love to see how that plays. Alright, we'll go with our normal strategy of dumping 2 supplies on one on either side of the drill dozer, just so we have way enough goods to get the mission done. I'll take 1 reload now because we have just so much fucking nitra. There's really no reason for us to struggle with having ammunition. So you guys are pretty quiet today. I take it we're real busy at work. Real busy Monday. Actually, you know what? Let me ask the question in case anyone's around while I extrapolate on my own answer. Do you guys prefer a busy work day, or would you prefer an easy work day? Generally speaking. Now, obviously, I think that if you have a very heavy work week and you get to Friday, you'd prefer it to be pretty relaxed. But I've definitely met people that are on both sides of this opinion. You know, they'd rather a busier day or an easier day on the overall. And I think that probably a big contributing factor for that is the nature of your work. Because I've personally worked jobs where like I was very much excited to do the work, and then I've been in jobs where I was like, can we just not deal with this today? You prefer to do work over nothing? Yeah, I feel that. Oh, 2 for 1 with that third axe. Hell yeah. That being said, it needs to be interesting work. Absolutely, absolutely. I worked in a bookstore for some time, and that was one of my main complaints, is that a lot of my time spent in retail was busy work to keep me engaged in working, which is just work for work's sake, which I think is like really, it's counterintuitive, you know? I get that idle hands or the devil's playground or however that turn of phrase goes and all that shit. But like, maybe instead of trying to encourage people to touch up the, you know, young adult fiction section for the third time in a 5-hour shift, maybe just, you know, come up with more interesting things to do to maintain the job space. I don't know. I get that imagination is hard, but like, fuck's sake, man, how many times do you want me to reorganize the Aragon series? Busy work is evil, which is why I had trouble with homework back in school. Bro, me fucking too. I used to say that I was a good academic, but only in the classroom. Like, I was very good at listening and engaging with my lectures and stuff like that, but the moment I left the classroom or wasn't like very much interested in like the out of classroom projects or something like that, I immediately checked the fuck out. I fucking dragged my own ass through high school, doing as little homework as possible. It was almost like a personal goal of mine to do as little homework as I could get away with. And, you know, as an adult, an accomplished one at that, you know, I see the merits of homework, but I think that there's some incredibly valid criticisms of how homework is engaged or is given to the student body. That's just like, this can be done a lot better, and we refuse to do it better. It's really dumb. Like, one, your homework should be interesting. It should be stuff that's like really, really relevant to what you're learning and is engaging. If you fucking give a kid fucking homework that's just like a bunch of fill in the blanks or whatever, that's not engaging. You're not really testing them. Like, I get that worksheets and stuff like that are easy to do and easy to produce, but, you know, I'm a dwarf. I'm very much of the mindset of measure twice, cut once. I'd rather see, you know, instruction be delivered in laborious, maybe you only get homework once a week, but if that homework is particularly effective or really good, then you don't have to have your kids grill themselves every fucking night with memorization. Just have the shit be interesting to begin with. And every topic can be interesting to people. It's just about how you teach it. Which is why I think pedagogy is so fucking important. Like, I have a lot of respect for teachers, and more for more reasons than just the fact that my lovely partner is a teacher. But like, man, when I see how people get taught some stuff, it blows my fucking mind how me, someone without an education degree or anything like that, but, you know, a very solid understanding of psychology and how people's behaviors work, just be like, why the fuck would you do this like that? I read an article last night that several countries are actually starting to remove the 4-day work week, or starting to move to the 4-day work week. Yeah, it's very good to do that. Like, there's a lot of evidence that supports 4-day work weeks being superior to 5-day work weeks. I'm not surprised at all that that's happening. I don't know that America is ever going to see that because it's so fucking up its own industrial greedy ass, but Yeah. Where are you? Molly, what are you doing out there, you silly girl? Come here. I actually really, really do like that topic, though, and I do see how it's related. The big one on the list that surprised me is Japan is in the process of making that change as well. Well, I am not a Japanese person. I did not grow up in Japanese culture. I have never lived in Japan. So all of my understanding of the culture of Japan is via what media I've been exposed to. And that's not me trying to be clever and say that I watch a lot of anime, even though that it is true. I've engaged in a lot of non-animation Japanese work, and I've familiarized myself a lot with their culture and their history. I would never say I'm a fucking pro, though. So this is obviously very fucking much my outsider perspective. But it seems like to me that Japanese culture is very efficiency based, which is one of the things that I've always appreciated about their culture as a dwarf, is that they are very focused on being efficient and effective. So if you can make the argument with good math that, hey, did you know, Japan, that having your people only work 4 days a week will make them be more productive over the course of those 4 days than they would be normally over the 5 days, then that would be a very effective argument to their sentimentalities. So, in effect, all I'm saying is that doesn't surprise me, because I think that would be a very effective argument for them because of their culture. How much of the education system is still industrial revolution? Oof. Yeah, that is the shortest but realist fucking sentence about education I have ever heard. Alright, and this is going to be the end of our deep dive. Where is this? Oh wow, this is an entirely separate chamber. Yeah, this chamber is completely cut off. The drill dozer was probably supposed to come through here, but never did. That's really funny. Metrics captured, or what is improved? Yeah. Nope. Peace, nerds. I'm out of here. Oh my goodness. Ooh, new weapon skin set. I'm really excited to get those. There can't be too many more of those left. I'm getting to that point in this game where I've collected almost every cosmetic available for a lot of the situations. So when till more of those come out, there are just some special treasures that you can find that are just completely worthless to me, which is I guess a humble brag, I suppose, but whatever. So yeah, on this deep dive screen, you can see that these 3 hexagons are now filled out, and these 3 on the right are not filled out because I have not done the elite deep dive this week. So that's how that sort of works out. Yeah, we have new ones, but I don't really care about them because they're for characters that I don't play. Level idea. Dwarves accidentally brought glyphids back to the ship, hunt them down. I don't know that we'll ever see something like that. And the only reason I say that is because the whole theme of this game is that we're going on to that massive rock, that we're going on to onto Hoxus. Intern Steve is doing his best. So I would be legitimately surprised if we like had a interior stage. And the main reason that I say that actually on a gameplay level, like outside of the thematic limiters in play, if you played on the space rig, you know, in this massive, who knows how big space station, the driller's drills would never be in play. Using your pickaxe to move Earth would hardly ever be in play. And you have, I mean, pretty much every class has a transitioning, or not transitioning tool, a tool for traversing the map. And while maybe like the scouts would still be really relevant, I don't understand what circumstances would be like reasonable, like what map generations would be reasonable to need a zipline launcher or the platform gun for the engineer. So like you have this big primary aspect of all of these characters that are completely dead on the ground, useless, because you're not moving any earth. You're in a mechanized environment. So potentially I could see some workaround there. Maybe if like I'm imagining a lot of aliens, isolation, biotransforming. You have to deal with. I see. Okay. Let me counterpoint. I think what would be more realistic, or sorry, what more reasonable and equally interesting, is if we find like dead ships. You know, like wrecks in space, and we like shoot a drop pod into the wrecked ship, and we have to almost like Space Hulk, like Warhammer Space Hulk, our way through it. And because at that point you can rationalize, okay, we don't care about saving this vessel because it's a wreck. So, you know, that would make sense as to why there might be like decrepit parts that have like broken down infrastructure where you might need to zip line or platform across. Or we don't care about maintaining the quality of this ship's integrity, so the driller and all of the dwarves' pickaxes are going to be reasonable to use. Like I could see that working out. I could see that being really interesting. But like on this ship in particular, that sounds really hot. The additional hazard of potential decompression, yeah, that would be wild too. But to be fair, I mean, outside of the manipulation of the terrain, there are games literally called Space Hulk, because that is what I just described to you is literally a once board game, now board game and video game interpretation of said board game that you can play on Steam, and the games are pretty cheap. That said, they're pretty like inexpensive, and they're also pretty cheap if you get what I mean. So like proceed with caution. A rework of the salvage mission, retrieve company property from a busted dispatch center. Yeah, that's a cool idea. You own the game? Gotcha. So you might know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about then. All right. Let's see. We've done all our really primary objectives for the day. I don't know what we would play if we wanted to swap games. Does anybody have any ideas, or would people even be interested in that? Or would you guys rather see me stick around and play more Deep Rock? Any suggestions or ideas? At Hired Gun. Is that the game that you mentioned before? Let me check real quick and see if I looked at it. The name isn't ringing a bell. Is that Necromunda Hired Gun, or is the game just called Hired Gun? Because I've looked at Necromunda Hired Gun before, yes. I mean, you could do the intro parts of Darkest Dungeon. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do that. Let's transition back to the welcome. The neck window. Gotcha. We're going to swap over to Darkest Dungeon because my arm has been twisted. We're going to kill the lo-fi because this game is not a lo-fi game. It just feels incorrect to do. Alright, let's see here. I need to... edit something. Oops. And then change my stream info. Bammo. Alright. Adjustments made. Launching Darkest Dungeon. And whatcha. Oh shit, I'm gonna replay the intro because the intro is really good for people who maybe haven't seen it. It's really, really good.
Ruin has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal of antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity. Until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house. Opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
If that shit doesn't send shivers up your spine, I don't know what to tell you. That shit is good. So gosh dang good. Alright, gonna delete that. Start a new one. We're gonna play with all of the DLCs because we have them. This is your first estate. Comes in court. Yeah. We're going to play on the darkest setting, just the regular. Name it nice and boring. Stream file.
You will arrive along the old road. It winds with a troubling serpent-like suggestion through the corrupted countryside, leading only, I fear, to ever more tenebrous places. There is a sickness in the ancient pitted cobbles of the old road, and on its writhing path you will face viciousness, violence, and perhaps other damnably transcendent terrors. So steel yourself, and remember there can be no bravery without madness. The old road will take you to hell, but in that gaping abyss, we will find our redemption.
Hell yeah. Alright. So the old road is the tutorial stage. It's very, very short. With the stagecoach destroyed and the caretaker gone, you will have to make the journey to the hamlet on foot. Alright. So, Darkest Dungeon, you actually never play as your character. You're always dictating the actions of the heroes that are in your employ. So we start the game with Reynold, the Crusader, Warrior of Light. So quirks are a big system here. We'll get into it in more detail later, but simply enough, there are positive quirks on the left and negative quirks on the right. Now, positive quirks are generally much more clear-cut in what they provide to you. So Warrior of Light is if your Torchlight, which is up here at the top, is above 75, then he does 10% more damage. Just very simple. God-fearing is a negative quirk, and in town will only pray to relieve their stress, and they are a kleptomaniac, which means they're prone to stealing items. You have your basic stats, your HP, your dodge, your basic protection percent, your character's speed stat, any accuracy modifiers, their bonus crit chance, and their damage. You have your tier 1 sword and armor, 2 trinket slots, and 7 abilities, of which you can equip 4 at a time, and same thing with camping skills. You have your baseline resistances, and we'll get into the rest of that later. On a starting character, unfortunately, I'm pretty sure Reynold always is a kleptomaniac. Dismas has hard noggin, so he's resistant to being stunned. Quick reflexes, which is +2 speed, very good. And known cheat is that he's not allowed to gamble for stress relief in town. So you can see that Dismas as a highwayman is, generally speaking, quite a bit more offensively leaning than Reynold, the Crusader. So, I always recommend that you interact with your UI, but when you play any game for the first time. So you have your light here, so you can shift-click to reduce the torch, control shift-click to completely snuff the light out to 0. Our current objective is on the top left, the old road. Find your way to the hamlet. Meeting done. I'm very excited for Darkest Dungeon. Oh, nice. That's a very swift meeting. Congratulations on that. That's nice. So you have our health, our stress, your 5 abilities, which the 5th one is always move. Every character class has a different value of how much they can move. So you can see that Reynold, as a Crusader, can only move 1 back or 1 forward, whereas the Highwayman can move 2 forward or 2 back. We have our inventory of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 slots. And this map is incredibly short. It's only 1 hallway and a room. So let's just get into it, shall we?
Brigands have run up these lanes. Keep to the side path. The hamlet is just ahead.
So you use A and D to move forward, move backward, and each section is an encounter.
An ambush.
Most of these encounters are empty, though.
The rightful owner has returned, and their kind is no longer welcome.
So let's talk about attacks. So Dismas has open vein, pistol shot, grape shot blast, and tracking shot. Open vein, you can see that there are white circle or yellow circles on the left, red circles on the right. The white circles or yellow circles are the positions that this ability can be used from. So because he's in the second of 4 positions, we have 2 empty slots, he can use open vein and grape shot. You can't use grape shot from the first row, can't use pistol shot from the first row, but you can use open vein, so we'll just do that. This little indicator is that this character is surprised, which means all of our characters will get to attack before they do. Crusaders are much more frontline fighters, so we have Smite can be used in the first 2 rows against the first 2 enemy rows. Zealous Accusation can be used in the first 2 rows against both of the front 2 enemy rows, so it's like an AoE attack. Those are quite rare, generally very useful. Stunning Blow can only be used in the front rows. Does half damage, because you can see it has a damage mod of minus 50%, but it has a 100% base chance to stun. Bulwark of Faith, you increase your torchlight, you mark yourself, but give yourself 20% damage reduction. So this is like he makes himself the tank with that ability. So looking at this enemy, you see that he has a 25% chance to resist stun effects, which is why the stun is not guaranteed, even though it says 100% base chance. So if we tried to stun this guy, we would roll 100%, lose 25% due to his resistance, and then roll the 75% chance. But we're just going to bop him.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
This game is very difficult, especially as the game goes on, or especially early on, I should say. So this game is very generous in giving you information. Like, you always are given a fair amount of information before you make your choices. And I'll walk through what I mean by that in this next fight.
Dispatch this thug in brutal fashion.
Alright, so we're fighting the Bloodletter, who you can see is a much bigger person. He's actually taking up 2 slots, which is what the little break here on his health bar means. So if there was another enemy in this fight, there could only be a total of 3 enemies. So this guy's a 2-slotter, and then we'd have 2 enemies that are single-slot enemies. There are fights in this game that are 2-slot enemies, and those are generally pretty intimidating. 2-slot enemies are very scary. So, talking about our attacks a little bit. Let's see here. Let's use pistol shot on the guy in the back row. Now, as I have this ability selected and I'm targeting the enemy, you see he has 12 HP. My chance to hit him is 78%. Chance to crit him is 12.5%. And it'll do 5 to 9 damage. Very unlucky. So we're going to try and stun this big boy. I don't know. 50% chance to stun is not super tasty. So let's throw up the defense. Alright, so he landed a bleed on us, which every time it's Renault's turn, he's going to take 1 damage before he gets to do anything. Debuffs of minus dodge. And this guy gets to go twice, which is really rough. You can also see these little tick marks to the right of their health bar. That shows whether or not that character has acted this turn. Let's just burst the big guy down and worry about the little dude later. He doesn't seem to be too scary. So that's stress damage, and the bleed is going to stack up. That's the problem with damage over time effects in this game, like bleeds and blights, which is poison. They stack. So if this dude with the flail keeps hitting Renaud, the bleed is going to stack up really hard. Inversely, Dismas is going to keep stacking the bleed up on him. So you may already notice that bleed effects are very powerful. Because their damage is not negated by how much. Excuse me. Their damage is not negated by protection. If something bleeds for 3 damage, it bleeds for 3 damage. So something that you'll notice in this game as we go through it is we're going to prioritize blights and bleeds on intimidating targets. Unfortunately, we're just going to move... No, we're just going to kill the corpse now. So enemies leave corpses behind. We'll get into the implications of that as we go along. So now that Dismas is in the front row, the only attack he has available to him is Open Vein. All of his other ranged attacks cannot be used in the first row. So this is not a good position for Dismas to be in.
The darkness holds much worse than mere trickery and boogeymen.
So this guy used an attack called Rushed Shot rather than Blanket Fire. Rushed Shot is a worse attack. And just like how Dismas can't use his preferred abilities in the front row, neither can this gunner. So there's a very smart play in mind of encouraging your characters to manipulate the enemies to put them in positions that are inadvisable. That's not what I meant to do. Whatever. We're going to get trapped, I think. Whatever. A blight right before we leave the stage is not a problem. So, I'll explain why I snuffed my torch in the next stage. It's a little bit complicated, but it's actually really, really interesting. So, we get EXP for doing stages, so both of our characters leveled up from level 0 to level 1, and Dismas has gained Kleptomaniac. So he now has another negative quirk, which is so fine. That's a bummer.
Welcome home, such as it is. This squalid hamlet.
Double klepto. Yeah, that's really not okay.
They are yours now.
It's going to be really a problem. All right, so this is our activity log, our caretaker goals. So we arrived, the ruins has been unlocked, and both of our starting characters hit level 1, so that's great. This is the hamlet. This is the main place you'll be spending any amount of time whatsoever between stages. Most of the buildings are closed and not accessible to us yet, so they'll become available to us over time. So let's check out the ones with exclamation points.
Women and men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses. All will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
So between every single stage, the stagecoach will bring us new heroes to fill our roster.
What better laboratory than the blood-soaked battlefield?
Yes, they do. That is exactly what happens. As you walk through a dungeon or a stage, there's just every single time you walk up to something that can be looted, there's a die that's rolled for kleptomania, and for almost every quirk has a chance to do something like this, where the character will compulsively, without you asking them to, will interact with a curio, is what the interactables are called. So having two characters with kleptomania means we're going to have a lot of loot taken from us that we're not going to be able to get, which is a real big kick in the ass. So the stagecoach can be upgraded, and so we will actually do so. These are the heirlooms. This is our secondary currency in this game. Primary currency is gold. Can you return heroes? Yes, you can. And once we have enough heroes to do that, we will address the kleptomania problem in our ranks. But for now, we need the bodies more than we need the money that they're going to take from us. So every building can be upgraded with heirlooms. So we have the network, which increases the amount of heroes that come every week to 3 from 2. So we'll take that because that's very, very helpful.
Arrive, foolishly seeking fortune and glory in this domain.
The barracks increases how many characters we can have on our roster, which is also very powerful, but we're going to wait on that because we don't need to right now. And then experienced recruits is the heroes that show up will come to you with a couple of levels under their belt, which is really nice, but not as important as the other upgrades, in my opinion. We have the graveyard, so if any characters die, we can go and just check how they died and why they died. The Ancestors' Memories, this is just your little location to go watch cinematics and stuff. The Nomad Wagon is a very useful building. You can buy trinkets here. So the Dodge Stone gives the character that equips it -1 speed but +4 dodge. and the protection stone gives -1 speed, +5 protection. So very, very, very good stuff. And the upgrades here are upgrade wagon size. So again, more trinkets available every week. And the network decreases the cost of the trinkets. So both of these are very good things to upgrade, but we're going to let that sit for a little while. Because the heirlooms that you start the game with are very valuable. And they're not very easy to get. Like I said, they are a secondary currency, so it's hard to accumulate a lot of heirlooms, especially early on. So you want to make sure you don't just like come into the hamlet week 1 and burn all of them up, because it's really important to keep them. This is our trinkets. We obviously don't have any yet. So let's go to the secondary screen.
A mecca of madness and morbidity. Your work begins.
Yep. So we also have Vitalis, a plague doctor who has photomania. So they take less stress damage if the torch is very well lit. They are faithless, so they cannot pray or flagellate to relieve their stress. And they have a fear of the unholy, which makes them have less accuracy and build up additional stress against unholy enemies, which is really fucking problematic because they're about to go to the ruins. And spoilers, the main enemy type of the ruins is undead, so are unholy. So that's fine. The Plague Doctor is your blight specialist, so they are your main source of dealing poison damage in this game. They have a short range blast to hit enemies in the front row. They have a artillery strike that hits both of the back rows. They have a stun for both of the back rows. Stunning is very powerful in this game, and we'll play with it a lot when we can. Emboldening Vapors, which is kind of a shitty ability, but gives a target plus 20% damage and 3 speed for, I think, the rest of the fight, or maybe for just a couple of turns. Disorienting Blast is a shuffle, which moves the enemy around and stuns them. And it guarantees to clear all of the corpses of the enemy party. That last effect alone can be worth using Disorienting Blast. But also, it's a stun, which is really good. The Vestal is your traditional support character. They are a holy priest of untold might. They are a witness of something. They will not take part of prayer in town due to after certain traumatic events. And they are a flagellant, so they will only flagellate for stress relief. We'll get into what that stuff means later on. But if we take this person to the Cove, they do bonus damage. And if we take them to the Warrens, we'll get a bonus chance to scout. They have a melee attack that has bonus damage against the Unholy. They have a ranged attack that heals them when they use it. So this is a really solid attack. Dazzling Light, which is a stun. A single target heal. The only party-wide heal in the game, as far as I know. Illumination is a very weak attack that will give you a little bit bonus torchlight. But the main benefit of Illumination is that it will knock enemies out of stealth and has a chance to give them a -20 dodge debuff. That's a very powerful debuff. And Hand of Light is a short, like a front row attack that does big fucking damage to Unholy and gives them a buff. So, very powerful ability. Let's see here. Okay, cool. We don't have any mods on. I thought that we didn't have any mods on, and I want to make sure of that. So, before we start, does anybody want to take on does anyone want to put their namesake on these heroes? We have Renaud the Crusader, Dismas the Highwayman, Vitalis the Plague Doctor, and Guiron the Vestal. Any of these characters particularly interesting to anybody? Good morning. Make you the shittiest one? All right. We have the God-fearing kleptomaniac, the cheating kleptomaniac, the faithless person who is afraid of the undead, and a flagellant who is traumatized. I love that little baddie, but that's super fun. That's from Truth Advocate stream. Faithless, please. Okay. Not yet. All right. I assume barbarian. You either want to wait for the Hound Master or for maybe the Hellion. I'd imagine. All right. So normally we have access to a lot more stages, but since we're still sort of in the tutorialization of this game, we're gonna slowly unlock all of these other zones. We could go to the very end of the game right now if we wanted, but we would guaranteed get fucking bodied. So let's go to the ruins, do the first real, proper stage of the game. We will guaranteed get a move charm, which is plus move resistance, so it'll be harder for the character to get moved around, with a -1 speed penalty. 4 crests and 3,000 gold. Every time B named one after me, they died immediately, so my bar is low. Gotcha. Well, I'm hopefully not going to get you killed that quickly. So food is important. We'll bring 8 food is plenty. 2 shovels, 3 of those, 3 of those, 1, 2, 3, 2 of those. Actually, we'll bring in a 3rd key. So, food is used to heal yourself and also to stave off hunger. Randomly throughout the dungeon, it's not random, but bear with me. The food is required to keep your dice healthy. You can actually actively force them to eat food to heal them a little bit, but it's not really reliable healing. Shovels, keys are used to interact with everything's used to interact with curios, to be totally fair. Torches are required to keep your torchlight lit. Shard dust is literally cocaine. Anti-venom and bandages can be used to remove blights and bleeds respectively. Medical herbs can be used to remove debuffs from a character. And holy water can be used to give you resistances temporarily. But all of the consumable items, except for I think food, have practical uses for interacting with curios to make them more beneficial to interact with. So this is our order. We have Dismas in the 2nd position, Reynold up front, Hemlock in the 3rd position, and go around the Vestal in the back. Which I think is good, because they can use all their abilities in the back row. No, they can't. Can Hemlock use all of their abilities in the back row? They can. So we're going to swap Hemlock and the Vestal, because now the Vestal can use their elimination. So they'll have access to all their attacks from that position. Alright, so we have to investigate 90% of the rooms, so let's just plot our course. So we'll just go up, up, over, over, down, and just miss out on that room unless it's particularly tasty. So yeah, immediately you take stress. Every time you proceed through a dungeon, you're just going to take a little bit of stress. It's guaranteed to happen. Tough tit, hold on to it, it's going to be fine. Now, you see the light has gone down, so at dim light, which is then this bracket, we're going to take more stress damage. Monsters have a higher chance to crit, but we have a bonus to scouting, a bonus to dodge, and 3 bonus stage to surprising the monsters. If we burn a torch, this becomes radiant light. We lose a lot of those negatives and gain more positives. So radiant light is just preferable over dim light. At the lower light levels, there are some really big negatives, but that sucks. So, when you surprise the enemies, okay, I think we're just going to go with this. Cool. When you surprise the enemies, they immediately go to the bottom of the turn order, so all of your units get to attack and do stuff before anybody in the enemy team gets to do shit. Thankfully, Crusaders almost always do bonus damage to Unholy, so this is going to be fine. Unfortunately, the rest of our team is really discombobulated. Let's just go for a stun. Hell yeah. But when you get surprised, your party gets shuffled, which is really detrimental right now because we do not have a lot of abilities within our party to move them around. So we found an unlocked strong box. I'm fairly certain that because it specifically says that it's unlocked, that even using a skeleton key on it will not improve its loot table. So we're just going to open it normally. Okay, free shovel, $1,000, and a jade, dull green like rotting flesh. These are worth 375 gold apiece. Oh, we got a free scout. That's awesome. So up ahead, we can see the next hallway. The hallway has a obstacle, which will need a shovel to negate. If you don't have a shovel, or you choose to not use a shovel for some reason, and you handle the obstacle manually, all of your characters take HP damage, you lose a bunch of light, and you take a bunch of stress damage. It's never ideal to just handle an obstacle without a shovel. It's never beneficial.
Even the cold stone seems bent on preventing passage.
Also, you can see that there's a battle in this hallway. Now, hallway fights are generally pretty low stakes.
The light, the promise of safety.
Okay, so we have two new enemies here. We had the bone rabble before. We have a bone soldier who is just a seemingly more intimidating version of the bone rabble. He has protection. He has more health. He has a little bit more resistances. The cultist acolyte in the back row. Is really dangerous. Mainly for the long haul. These dudes are just going to try and hurt our health pool. And this cultist is going to stress us out. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to disorient and miss. Ugh, that sucks. Now, normally I don't advocate for using Grape Shot Blast because it has a minus crit chance and it has a low base accuracy. But hitting all three enemies would deal at least 8 damage. How much would a base shot do? 5 to 9. We'll just pop a shot at the Acolyte. We really need to kill her. Hey! Dismas coming in with the critical. So, criticals are super fucking big deal in this game. Both positive and negative. If an enemy crits you, you not only take a bunch of extra damage, but some amount of your party is going to take a bunch of extra stress damage. And as you may notice, Dismas got a buff because he got a crit. So when you crit, that character is going to exclaim like a cry of victory, get a buff for Highwaymen. They get a speed buff, which is rad as fuck. And also, you may have noticed a bunch of the characters in the party got a stress heal. So criticals can really turn the tide of a fight. All right, we're going to try and stun the rabble because he only has 10% resist.
The match is struck. A blazing star is born.
It's okay if you die, we just punch a hole in your skull and dip your brains into a new host. Easy peasy. That would be a fun D&D modifier. Yeah, for this game, absolutely. All right, let's just see if we can bop. So we can roll between a 7 and a 13. So very likely to kill this soldier. Or we'll just miss. That's fine too. That's fine. So yeah, big hit. Thankfully, Renaud is a thick boy, so you can handle it. We will... So, on a crit, you can inspire an ally, and they can roll a d4 or something to their attack roll. Yeah, I could play with that. Try and make it work. So Dismas on fire. You may have noticed something here, though. Dismas critical the cult lady, and she didn't leave a corpse behind. If someone dies to a bleed, a blight, or a critical, they don't leave a corpse behind. Or menace an enemy on a crit. Give them a d4 against their roll. Yeah, something like that. That'd be fun. I can get behind that. Unfortunately, we cannot disorienting blast this soldier because he's in the front row, but we can embold Renaud to give him almost a guaranteed chance to kill. Now, normally, Renaud would go behind this bone soldier, but because he just got a speed buff from Hemlock's potion, we can use the Vestal to heal, and then he'll still get to go first because the speed... the initiative order happens in real time. So if you buff your speed mid-round, that can change the rest of the initiative order for that round. So we got a citrine, a little bit of gold, and a torch. Cool.
But a victory nonetheless.
Very clean fight all around. And then we'll go right, and then up and over. No kleptomania checks yet, which is really awesome. I really legitimately expected to not get anything from that bag, because one of these fucks was going to steal it. Ooh, okay. So, another surprise. That's awesome. We have 2 soldiers this time, and a arbalist. Now, the arbalists are really scary. They're kind of like the brigand gunners from before. Not very scary if they're in the front row, because they can't, like, they'll do like a quick shot, or they'll try and stab with their arbalist. But in the back row, they can just fire normally, and their attacks deal a lot of damage. Also, a bummer about Dismas having open vein is that the main benefit of this attack is that it does bleeds. Shocker. Skeletons, very resistant to bleeds. Every skeleton in this game has over 100% bleed resistance. These dudes, at the easiest difficulty right now, have 200% bleed resistance. Very unlikely to bleed a skeleton. Debatably impossible. So we're going to disorienting blast this guy because he has a low stun chance and a low move resist as well. So we might actually pull him to the front, which would be nice. That was perfect. We're going to stun the undamaged bone soldier. Resist. That sucks. So now we might have a really good chance here to one-shot this arbalist. Or we'll just miss, and that's fine too. Love to see a dodge. 3 damage. Nothing. Totally could walk that off. So now we'll use Dismas to finish up the guy in the back.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I forgot about that aspect of bayonet jab from the arbalist. Them using that attack pushes them back a row, helping them get back into the position that they'd really rather be in. Let's see if we can stun this asshole. Perfect.
The way is lit. The path is clear.
So, you see that he got a buff. Every time that a character recovers from being stunned, they get a temporary 50% stun resist, which just very clearly is there to prevent people from just sort of endlessly stunning an enemy to death, because that would be really uninspired and not very fun. Man, with only 5 dodge, this arbalist is just not getting hit. We are going to try and prioritize him down, though, because he is very dangerous to the team. There we go. Big hit.
Give them no quarter.
We're going to do a group heal. Little 1 is kind of paltry, but every little bit helps. That's a big hit. Unfortunately, our Plague Doctor is completely ineffectual at this point, so we're just going to clear the corpses and just call that a victory. Let's try and see if we can stun this guy again. No, that's a resist. And Open Vein is going to do more damage, even though it's not going to bleed, so we'll just throw that on there. Now, Open Vein is really nice because it also makes them less resistant to further bleeds. So you can just spam Open Vein on an enemy and, like, rack the bleeds up. Alright, so we got a journal page. Journal of Darius, the Highwayman, 3 out of 6. Day 6, we traveled from the hamlet and eerie dread grew. We all felt it, but did our best to shrug it off. Sleep was difficult until Revan, one of my companions, passed me a bitter concoction. The most devout of us, Therion, prayed softly for our safety. Superstitious, but well-intended, I suppose. I'm already falling asleep. Now, this altar, I'm fairly certain is almost guaranteed to give us a positive result. But if we use holy water, you turn what would normally be a damage buff into a heal. If I cut the skeleton enough, it will bleed. I mean, I've never ever bled a skeleton, but I imagine if you set out and really tried to make it happen, you probably could do it. You probably could.
It's goofy, but if you want it bad enough, you can make that a reality. It's like it's bone marrow or something. I don't fucking know. So traps are going to happen. Traps are just a bad time. When your scouting chance is high enough, you can detect the traps regularly. Traps become more of a boon than a detriment. Because when you disarm a trap, the character that did the disarming actually gets... Ronald, you fuck. That's so much. 12 food and 4 crests. He just stole it. That's his now. Hey, Ray Demon. Welcome. Skelly Blood percent speed run. That'd be fun. That'd be very fun to do. How are you doing, Ray Demon? Welcome, by the way. We're playing Darkest Dungeon right now. See, this is the hunger check I was talking about. Now, thankfully, we have 8 food, and it costs us 4 food, 1 for each character. And see, because the heal is based off of a percent of your max health, Renault's higher HP pool makes healing with food more rewarding. Oh, of course. I always try and check out people's streams, you know? I really enjoy seeing how other people do stuff, because it's good to learn, you know? And supporting your friends is a good thing to do, right? As I've been told. Alright. This is a scary fight. And the partial surprise is a real fucking bummer. Alright, so. Very vulnerable to blights on both of these dudes. So Hemlock is going to come in fucking big dick here. We're going to poison these back row enemies and bleed them out with blight. Tempting Goblet. Does a little bit of damage and does 15 stress. That's this dude's primary attack. And it's a fucking bad time. Oof. Yeah, that's just big damage. Okay. I'm gonna move the Vestal back one. Damn it. We're gonna mark Renaud to see if he can draw the threat a little bit. Yeah, just like that. Axeblade does even less damage than it normally would because we put up our defenses. Dismiss with the big crit. You'll love to see it. Unfortunately, that was poorly timed because now this Plague Grenade is only going to hit the Arbalest in the back instead of both of them. But it resists the Blight anyway with 10% chance to resist. Fuck me. This is what I'm talking about. This is why you got to kill these Arbalests quickly because they are bad times. 25% chance to stun. I'm going to take it. Hell yeah. Stressing Hemlock out. Hemlock's up to 50% stress. And we're just going to start bonking the big dude in the front. Let's roll the dice on Grape Shot. Perfect. So the Arbalest is going to blight to death on his turn. So he won't even get a turn. You'd love to see it. Let's see. Will we probably not get another stun? So let's just do a little bit of damage. Debuff for increased chance to get criticaled and less dodge. So we have a very high chance to hit here. You'll love to see it. What a layup. So we can now stay here and continue to adventure at no detriment. And so here's the thing. I'm going to walk through this slowly. So you can see Dim Light, Shadowy, increased stress, increased monster accuracy and damage, increased monster crits, increased chance for us to get surprised, but plus to loot and player crits and chance to surprise the monsters. Even more loot, more stress and more damage. And then Pitch Black, massive benefits to the monsters fucking your day up, but bonus player crits and bonus big time bonus loot. So we're going to open this chest now with a key and reveal a whole bunch of free shit. The journal pages are unfortunately like just for lore and fluff, so they're not actually worth anything. But since we Snuffed our torch, got bonus loot at the end. It's time to get the fuck out of here. So even more money, even more crests, and a charm per our trouble. So we're bringing back a total of almost 7,000 gold, 16 crests, 4 busts, and 1 portrait. Not a bad haul. Dismas, what did you get today? Maniac for money and a wheeled adventurer. So less stress in the wheeled, and has another negative quirk about money. So that's fucking great. Oh, that's not good. Hemlock does 10% more damage if they're under half health, but on the first round of combat, due to them being always caught off guard, is going to take a massive penalty to their speed and dodge. And Gorian has deviant tastes, is not allowed to visit the brothel because of shit they've done there in the past, and they are on guard, which means they have a bonus to their speed and dodge for the first round. Overall, pretty neutral walk away in terms of gaining traits there. Hemlock's off-guard trait is going to be a problem, but...
Banners fly, and the corpse wagons stand at the ready.
So,
Circus has come to town.
the second week opens the Butcher's Circus. This is the PvP mode for this game, where you literally form a team of...
The Butcher's Circus
Oh, man.
all these things and more.
Yeah, you earn free shit.
Claim your spoil.
Oh, nope. No.
Hard earned, and the previous owner will not miss them.
Sorry. So that's just there. That's a side thing. It was a cheap DLC, and I think it's a very fun way to play this game, especially for people who have a lot of experience with it. So we've unlocked the two stress relief.
And curtained rooms promise solace.
So the tavern has the bar, the gambling hall, and the brothel. So you can see that we have people like Hemlock who are pretty stressed out. So if we send Hemlock over here to the gambling hall and pay $1,000, they'll spend 1 mission time in the gambling hall playing for sport. And from that, they will relieve a lot of stress. Now, other things can happen too, especially with stuff like the gambling hall. Hemlock can be like, hey, I won a lot of money, and they'll get a bonus amount of stress relieved, and you can actually make some money in the process. It's pretty rare, but it can happen. And then the Abbey, we have the cloister to pray away, the transept, meditate in the cloister, pray in the transept, and flagellate in the penance hall. So you can see, for example, our Vestal can only go to the penance hall to relieve their stress. And Renauld is so dedicated to his faith that he can only go and pray to relieve his stress. The guild hall is not open yet, the blacksmith isn't open yet, and the sanitarium is not available. So who is in this? The man-at-arms, the musketeer, and a second Vestal. Pretty good. Do we have anyone in chat that wants to take on the mantle of our crusader, our highwayman, one of our 2 Vestals, or our thick boy man-at-arms, who is a good frontline gambler, or our musketeer, who is a nymphomaniac, so they get bonus stress healed from going to the brothel, but they also have deviant tastes, so they can never go to the brothel. That's fucking funny. Oh, that kind of sucks. Our man-at-arms is a skilled gambler who has increased chances of getting what I was literally just talking about. The yips, so minus 5% accuracy, which really fucking sucks. And claustrophobia, so he has a severe fear of enclosed spaces. And then our backup is the healer's gift, so bonus healing when they camp. Gothic, 25% bonus healing received from a very specific healing ability from a character that we don't have access to yet. Stress eater, so if their stress is over 50, they'll actually eat 2 food instead of 1. And Duranal, which is minus 2 speed if the torchlight's really low. Nox, welcome. So I kind of had to hold off till you get a leper. Yeah, okay, you can hold off until we get a leper, that's fine. Nox, do you want to take the helm over naming or being named after one of my heroes? We have a crusader, a highwayman, 2 vestals, a man-at-arms, or a musketeer. I'll let that hold for a few minutes while I make some other preparations. Ooh, the seer stone is really good, but we don't have the money for it. And the critical stone is fine, but I'm not too worried about it. So we got one Yeah, we got one trinket, which is a move resist trinket. So, by doing missions in a zone, you unlock progress to unlock, or so you make progress to unlock the different bosses. I've had this game for a while, but haven't had a chance to get into it. Well, you've come to the right stream to learn a bit about it. It's a really fun game. I've heard it's difficult to say the least. It is very difficult if you are a haphazard gamer, which might sound like a slight, but it really isn't. This game will punish you hardcore for making bad decisions, but is pretty good overall, in my opinion. And it's not forgiving, but you can make a lot of mistakes in this game and still make do. So I think we're gonna let our Vestal sit out, and we're gonna bring MacRae. Oh yeah. Don't like McRae's abilities as much, but McRae, you're gonna come and replace Dismas, because Dismas mainly is about bleeding people out because of his open vein attack, and this is the ruins where there's not a lot of things that can be fucking bled, but there's a lot of unholy enemies, so you can bop things with that all you want. Okay. So we're going to take this mission, even though it is a longer mission. We have to complete all of the room battles, but we get a very good trinket for our unnamed man-at-arms, which gives them -2 speed, which is pretty detrimental, but plus 15% maximum HP is really solid, especially on the man-at-arms. So we get a free firewood for this mission, which is when we get to allow ourselves to camp. Camping is really, really impactful in this game. We'll get into it when we do it. But because it's a mission that we're going to camp during, we're going to bring a lot of bonus food. So we're going to bring 18 food, so we can have 2 healing checks and then enough food to feast at the camp. We'll bring 3 shovels, 3 anti-venoms, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, and a bunch of torches. Oh, that's good. All right, last chance. Does anyone want to don the persona of our musketeer, this Vestal, or our crusader? Last chance for the moment. You'll do it. Which one do you want, Nox? Otis wants the crusader. Okay. And Nox the musketeer. So Nox, I'm gonna actually give you I'm gonna give Hemlock, since they survived a round, I'm gonna give Hemlock the move charm so they don't get shuffled around, because they're fucking useless in the front rows. I hope I live long enough, or love long enough. I assume you mean live long enough. You'll take the leftovers. Okay, so you want to be a Vestal then? Alright. I figured you did. It was just funny to read it as, I want to love long enough. Alright, let's go get killed. You can retreat from combat and even abandon quests. If things are going terribly, live to fight another day. This is not bad advice. If it's almost always better, my friend plays this game too. He uses a lot of mods, though. In his game, I'm like an Egyptian healer. The modding community for this game is fucking massive. But I'm playing on just the base game, just because, one, I mean, we have several people here who are like trying to figure out what this game's all about. So I think that's a really good opportunity to just be like, here's what this base game is like. But as you guys know, that's how we do shit here anyway. It's pretty uncommon for us to go super modded with the games that we play. All right, so we can do this place pretty effectively. So then we'll go that, because obviously, and up, over. Would be more efficient to do that. No. And no matter how we do this, because there's not enough interconnectivity, we're going to have to do a lot of backtracking here, which sucks. So this hallway has a trap in it. It also has 2 curios to interact with, and the room ahead has a battle with a curio in it. Okay, so the locked display cabinet is big money if you have a key. If you don't have keys, I generally advise to not open these. But look at that, $500, a bunch of fucking heirlooms, and a jade. Now, because we actually scouted this hallway and there's a trap here, we can see it. Now, once you're close enough to see this purple spiderweb icon above your characters, you can disarm them. Now, we're going to have Hemlock try and disarm it, not only because Hemlock has the highest chance to disarm it, but also they're our most stressed character. And if Hemlock succeeds, they will heal about 10 stress. So, there you go. Fucking free shit. So we'll walk up, burn a torch, go into the room. Okay, this is not too scary of a fight, and we got the surprise. You love to see it. Bonk. And poison the back row, big dodge. You hate to see it. Nox, let's see if you could put one of these fuckers in the earth. Slammed. Hell yeah. And then bonk this man out of existence. Uh-oh. Hemlock's getting stressed out from all the shitty blood, or shitty wine. Oh, they get to go first. Oh, forgot how fast these fuckers are. Bonk for the Emperor. Okay, cool. So here's the mogul move that I'm gonna pull here. Instead of trying to blind these guys or blight them, stun or poison them, I'm going to throw a single stun on one of them and clear the corpses. These enemies are really not that scary if they're in the front rows. Is this game have permadeath, or is it like death just for the run? It's permadeath. Yo, Madrosity with the fucking bonk. You love to see it. Well, unfortunately, Nox, you are a long-ranged back row assassin and have not a lot of abilities that are useful against enemies that are in the front row. But this is a good situation to be in. So let's see if your kind of crappy sidearm shot is going to land. Ayy. And Otis with the bonk. Missing a stunned skeleton. You love to see it. But we have a whole round here to do this. So we're going to be a little bit abusive and stall. So, because Nox has this skeet shot ability, there's a chance to increase... It will increase our torchlight, which is always nice, and it will give us a small stress heal. It didn't heal anybody's stress. All right. Hate to see it. So Hemlock's going to buff our Vestal's damage. And we're gonna go big moves here. We're going to put all of our luck in one basket. We're going to go for a little group heal from Madrosity. And then let's see if Otis can kill this guy. Hell yeah. Never punished. We got free heals. Good shit. Money and crests.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
So you always want to try and use your actions as effective as possible. So even though Nox probably could have killed that guy with a shot off the hip with their sidearm, we wanted to use all of our abilities as much as we could to heal and sustain the party, because healing in this game is very hard to do. You can't just do it between fights very often. So I see that, Shanty. We'll do it in just a second, Otis the can. But for this sarcophagus, we want to burn a key. 500 smackers and more crests. You love to see it. You hate to have used 2 keys already, but, you know, take what you can get, right? Money's money. So let's pull up Pandora and see if we can find a good shanty to sing. before we continue on. On my Pandora can just take literally a full minute to load. That's fine. Oh, here's Dark as a Dungeon. This is a good one. All you young fellas, so young and so fine, and seek not your fortune in a dark, dreary mine. It'll form as a habit and seep in your soul, till the stream of your blood runs as black as the coal. Well, it's dark as a dungeon and damp as the dew, where the danger is doubled and the pleasures are few, where the rain never falls and the sun never shines. It's dark as a dungeon way down in the mine. There's many a man I have known in my day who lived just to labor his whole life away, like a fiend with his dope, or a drunkard his wine. A man will have lust for the lure of the mine, where it's dark as a dungeon and damp as the dew, where the danger is doubled and the pleasures are few, where the rain never falls and the sun never shines. It's dark as a dungeon way down in the mine. And I hope when I die and the ages shall roll, my body will blacken and turn into coal. Then I look from the door of my heavenly home and pity the miner digging my bones, where it's dark as a dungeon and damp as the dew, where the danger is doubled and the pleasures are few, where the rain never falls and the sun never shines. It's dark as a dungeon way down in the mines. It's dark as a dungeon way down in the mine. Thank you. Do you sing non-shanties too? Yeah, I do. I don't know as many non-shanties as I know shanties. But yeah, 100%. Fucking wonderful. That was awesome. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you, Otis. I appreciate that. That's definitely one of the songs that I'm a bit more comfortable, that is way more in my range, that I'm more well practiced in. So I definitely deliver that one better than some of the others, but I think this is one that we want to use holy water on. Hell yeah.
Reward for a task well performed.
So we're going to leave the citrine behind because the onyx is worth 500 gold and the citrine's only worth 250. Unfortunately, we haven't burned enough of our other... I guess fortunately and unfortunately, we haven't burned enough of our other resources to take it all with this. That's just sometimes how this game goes. We're coming up on another room fight. Okay. Alright, so this is the collector. This is a mini-boss. This is a very challenging mini-boss to fight on your second fucking stage. Oh, boy. Yeah, surprise motherfucker is totally appropriate. Okay, we're gonna have to do this very carefully. Big damage up front. He's 50% stun resist. Okay. Nox is going to be a little ineffectual this round. Okay, we've got him a third of the way dead on the first round, which is really nice. But this is his ability. So he summons 3 heads that he's collected. Gonna lurk for a bit. Don't get me killed. If you have to, at least make it cool. Oh, Nox, you're gonna be so pivotal in this fight, so don't you sweat it. Okay, this guy is not very resistant to blight. So we're gonna throw this on like that. Cool. We hit both. Resisted on the skull. That's not too big of a deal. Try and burn this Vestal head down. Head rush, so that's an attack. Nox is going to try and put big damage on the Collector. Damage is damage. 6 is good. So this guy's halfway down. That's just a stress attack. Not a lot of real damage there. That's big damage. Holy shit. Okay. Very good chance to kill the Vestal. Hell yeah.
Is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay. If that's all this Band of Arms is going to do is protect that, then that's totally fine. We can deal with that. Keep... Yeah, ow. Yeah, this is bad. Alright, we're going to keep throwing the poison and stack that shit up, and that's going to fucking do big work. Another stress attack. So, unfortunately, Otis, you cannot... For Carl, indeed. So, unfortunately, Otis can't hit the back row. So, we're going to mark ourselves to hopefully draw the Highwayman's attack to him. That would be ideal.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
And Nox is just going to fucking hammer this big fucker. And that's a max damage roll. Not a crit, but max damage is fucking awesome. That's what we wanted. We wanted to have that attack get pulled onto him. You're going to do a little party heal. A fucking critical on yourself. That's so clutch. Head knocker. Okay, that's a stun. Not great. Otis, are you going to come through for me? Not quite. Big damage, though. Big damage. Alright, the Collector is going to almost die on his next turn, so if we can get a little bit of damage on him, Nox might actually fucking kill him here. No, but he's gonna blight to death on his next turn, which is pretty fucking good. I am very clutch. Headhunt, that's a lot of damage on Hemlock, which is not great. Okay, they're not going to bleed out this turn. That's fine. Stun or blight? Let's go with the double blight. All right, we hit and blighted the skull. Great. That's awesome. Come on, Otis. Big damage. Hell yeah, dude. Does the blight mean death? You won't get to the body? No. The corpses don't spawn, but the damage, that still happens. That dude just wasted his turn. The Collector's still going to die to blight on his. Fucking awesome. Do all of them die? Okay, they all die. Hell yeah, brother. So, Puzzling Trapsahedron. 3,000 smackers for that. Big money. Alright, so, Hemlock, you're going to have a little band-aid. Madrosity, you're going to have a little band-aid. 2 damage for 1 turn, so that's only 2 damage on Otis, whereas it's 6 damage on Nox. Nox going to have a little band-aid too. We get to keep the Trapsahedron for big fucking money. All right, that went really well. That could have been way worse than it was. Unfortunately, though, I think what that means is if and after we survive this next room fight, we're probably going to have to camp a little earlier than I wanted to, just to help get everyone back up to full health and stuff. This is a pretty scary fight. The Tempting Goblet. Okay, that put Hemlock on death's door.
The very precipice of oblivion.
Okay, cool. Debuff and bleed resistance. Awesome. Hemlock's going to drink some holy water to get some big resists. And then we're going to try and blight the back row. A critical and a miss. Mixed results, we'll take it. Okay, stress doesn't deal damage.
More dust, more ashes, more disappointment.
Goodbye, Hemlock.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Alright, Nox is going to put the Alkalite on death. That was rude. That was rough.
Gently.
It's not what you like to see.
Is taken.
Hell yeah. Fucking shoutouts from the back row. Revenge for their friend. Nox says that motherfucker dies and put a bullet through his brain. Well, his brain cage. Dude's very much already dead.
And now, the darkness holds dominion. Black as death.
I'm so sorry, Hemlock.
Victories mount. So too
They did fight well. So, F's in chat for Hemlock. Alright, so here's some cheeky manipulation that you can do here. We're going to burn our firewood and then collect the blood. We're going to feast and then collect the citrine. Do we get items back off of Hemlock? Yeah, this move charm that you're holding, Madrosity, used to be on Hemlock's body. Damn. So Otis, you'll give a speech to reduce everyone's stress. Nox will do some field dressing on Madrosity. Give him a nice fat heal. If I die the next, the charm is cursed. Yeah, that's fair. And then we're going to have Madrosity. You're going to bless Nox so that their aim is true. Imagine my speech is closer to a stand-up bit. It's funny that you say that. There's actually a character who has a camping ability that is that they tell jokes about one of the other party members, and it is guaranteed to reduce the stress of everybody except for the person you targeted, who has a chance to actually gain stress from being ridiculed. I feel my heart, it pumps strong. That's it. No sleep for us. We march to victory or ruin. Can anyone carry a tune? Ambush. That's not good. Blammo. Otis don't give a fuck. Says I don't need to see shit to kill shit. You love to see that dodge. That dodge was super nice. Yeah, it is kind of mean, but... Be judged! Hell yeah.
Give them no quarter.
Maybe a paladin, but I'm a barbarian at heart. And blammo.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
I actually probably could have played that a little smarter. We don't need the blood right now. We're gonna leave that. I don't like leaving blood on the ground, but whatever. You better be doing that workout soon, son. Oh, fuck! I said I didn't say that I did it, but I did it. But I'll do it just now. I'll double down. All right, we're gonna do alternating dumbbell lifts above my head with little 10-pounders in both hands. Do that for a couple of sets. Sorry, Zen. Barbarians can totally be paladins. Oh, hell yeah. I mean, speaking as one, you would know, wouldn't you, Barbarian? I was smashed with big weapons or everything with its advantage. Alright, so now we crack this chest open with a key. For big money.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
So leave the stream behind for 8 more crests. Leaving busts behind feels bad though. I'm not gonna need fucking 11 torches. Attaboy. Smites aren't a spell. Reckless Rage Smite, yeah. Pushing on with leaving Hemleck's corpse behind is rough. Books. Map is found. Hell yeah. So we're gonna get a big scout here. Are you playing with people from within the chat? Yeah. So next time we go back to camp, Zem, if you want to take the role of one of the characters, let me know. Okay, cool. All right, regular scout, so a fight to the left, a fight to the north. So that's 2 fights that way, we'll go north. We're going to want to do this with as little fights as possible since we have a... You know what, Otis? Normally I wouldn't like tell people to do the confession booth, but there's a chance for us to remove some of your negative quirks, so... Never mind, we'll just pilfer and steal money from the church. Journal page. Blood-soaked pages torn from a journal, 6 out of 6. Cannot recall why we ventured onto land. Why did we leave the Mother Ocean, provided all we needed beneath her tender waves? I will now return home, back to her embrace. Creepy. Alright, this is going to be a fight here. We have the torches. Oh, fucking spiders? Easy peasy. I say before 2 people die here somehow. Stun resist? Fuck. This is bad. Fuck. Blocko.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them.
Oh, they know I'm a threat now. Yeah, pretty much. Jesus fuck, man. Regular spider is the most dangerous enemy. It's true. Fuck, stop it. Bonk. By the power of fucking Christ.
This expedition at least promises success.
Rubies are big money. Use medicinal herbs here. Fuck it. Ruby's big money. Otis is on a fucking tear.
only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
And here's the trap. 50%, 50%, 60%. Nox, let's see if the luck is still with you. Hey, fitty, let's do it. I'm probably gonna die next combat. I mean, you'd be okay. You'd be alright. Alright. We're gonna go this way. Touch these books. Reading a few pages has a lasting effect. Second wind. Yo, 10% damage if health is under half, which you currently are. You got big fucking bonus damage going on right now, boy. Let's go. Alright, that's a heal check. We have enough for at least one more hunger check. Random trap. Couldn't do anything about that.
Mind that such missteps
Just a bunch of stress and fucking damage.
and not rule. As the light gains purchase,
Let's see here.
spirits are lifted.
All right, this is scary, but we got the surprise. You love to see that. Nox, delete somebody. Close enough. Nice. Bonk. And the power of Christ. Cool, that's what we want. We want Madrasity to take that hit there. No. Yikes, that's a lot. Exploit, that's fine. Yeah, low damage. Good shit. Bonk. That guy softened up. Love to see that dodge. Maybe again? No. Delete. Not a good chance to roll a kill here with the double hit, but I'll take that. Okay, knocks on death's door.
Teetering on the brink.
Come on.
facing the abyss.
Fuck. Hell yeah, brother. Blocko. Help you stay safe online. Can you sure not do that? I don't know how I dodge. I have so many layers. Yeah. Alright, Divine Comfort will... Oh, that's a big heal for that. Let's see if this will mark Otis so he'll draw the shots.
Light, the promise of safety.
Alright, at least it didn't... That's not cool, brother! Let's try and offset this damage a little bit. Fuck me, dude. Blocko. Not big damage. We need more damage. Okay. Pulls him one step closer. Dodge? No. That at least, well... Did no double critical. We'll take that. Bonk that corpse out of the way, and now Otis can deliver the beats. All this for trinkets and baubles.
Seize this momentum.
Kinda.
The task's end.
Okay. I'm gonna level with you guys. I think we gotta retreat. If we go for that fight, even if it is the last fight, I don't think we can walk out of that alive. I think we just need to take the... I think we gotta take the L here and live to fight another day.
Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that
I mean, we made a lot of money, and fighting the Collector literally week 2 is just really bad luck. The fact that we beat him at all is really awesome. But it cost us a friend. Go home, it's dinner time. Cove Tactician, okay, only a positive. And Risk Taker. Ooh, Nox going for the big dick damage. I'm about it. I'm so about it. I'm not even going to remove that quirk. so met their end against a cultist acolyte week 3. Yo, bounty hunter, abomination, and hey, a plague doctor.
Promise of payment.
Hey, you guys think if we name this... Do you think they'll notice? Do you think they'll notice? I don't think they'll notice. Don't tell them. So who wants to be my abomination and who wants to be a bounty hunter? And I also have a man-at-arms available and a Vestal. No one is the wiser. Prepare the nail, drain the brains, and breathe new life into this being. You'll be the bounty hunter, son? Alright. I'm not surprised by that at all. Ooh, whoops. All right. Any other takers? I got a abomination, a man-at-arms, and a Vestal. You'll be plague doctor? All right. What's an abomination? Haven't heard of that one before. Abomination is a weird character. Very weird character. They always have all 7 of their abilities equipped because their transformation ability turns them from a human into a monster. Where normally they have transform and then these 3 abilities, manacles, bile, and self-heal. But when they're in their beast form, they have a melee attack, a long-reaching melee attack, and a knockback. So you have utility in the human form and big damage in the abomination form. The big thing is that when you transform, you gain damage and heal health, but you stress the rest of your team out, and when you turn back into a human, you lose a little bit of stress. You like being the healer, so it's kind of funny that where I ended. I mean, the only reason you did so much bonking that fight is because you don't have all of your. I mean, you do have your healing abilities, but just the group composition really dictated that you needed to be in the second row to deal damage. Because we had a lot of back row support that group. So the abomination is kind of like a berserker. Very difficult to play correctly, but honestly, these 3 abilities are really good. The stun is really solid. You're still waiting for Leper? And the bile is really powerful too, because it applies bile. It applies blight and makes them more vulnerable to it. Full abominations, do they take transformation stress? Yes, absolutely. The big problem with abominations is that they will, no religious characters will tolerate being in a party with them. All right, so Nox, we're gonna take Nox to the bar. I'm gonna let Nox drink some troubles away. Clear corpses, blight heal, yeah. And Madrasity, you're gonna go have some booty call. You earned a drink, good job. Yeah, Nox fucking. I'm not gonna say Nox carried that fight because Otis did really well too. But man, yeah, that was fucking good shit. So the guild is probably the most important building in the game. I'll show what it does before I go too long about it. So you notice how Dismas doesn't have all of his abilities available to him? Guildhall is how you unlock and upgrade the abilities. Nox and I carried the fight, the power of teamwork. Yeah. Otis was like, I'll take care of the motherfuckers in the front. Nox was like, I got the ones in the back. Yeah, you guys did big time work there. Let's see here. So we're going to give him that. And that. Right, actually, dude.
Some may fall, but their knowledge lives on.
Ready for some gratuitous violence? Hell yeah. So let's mark up our team here first. Otis, you're gonna sit around out. You've been hustling real good. No one wants to be the man-at-arms? God, that -5 accuracy is gonna fucking suck so hard. I almost don't even want to run him right now. Fuck it, let's try an abomination out. Alright, so that's our team. You go back here. Alright. Alright, so Ravina, you're in the back. You're our back row problem solver. Let's see here. We'll just bring all of the poisons in the world. Battlefield medicine and the single target stun. Dwarfkin. Welcome, BP. How you doing, Bone Pharaoh? By the way, do you want to take on the role as a Vestal, who is a holy cleric, an Abomination, who is a shape-shifting melee powerhouse or utility guy, or our Man-at-Arms, who is our frontline tank? I'm doing well. I'm glad that you are. Or you can be a highwayman who is a fucking shooter. Vestal? Gotcha. Let me heal. There you go. Bone Pharaoh. I even spelled it right. Okay, so... So, this is the blacksmith. You can upgrade your character's equipment here. This is really important to do. Yee, Team Fat Heels. We're immediately out of deeds, which really sucks. Now, here's some cool shit, actually, what we can do. You can convert heirlooms into other heirlooms.
A sharper sword, a stronger shield, anything to prolong a soldier's life.
So we'll do that.
Mold the metal. We are raising an army.
So Otis, since they're level 1, we can upgrade their equipment. Well, we won't do that right now. Do these upgrades apply to the team at large, or is it individual characters at a time? So these upgrades are for the buildings. And then in here, we can upgrade your equipment, or, you know, Bone Pharaoh's equipment, which gives them increased damage, crit, and speed for their weapons, dodge, and health for their armor. So those are very important upgrades. You always want to have those be upgraded whenever you can. Oh my goodness, are you serious? Oh man, those are some good trinkets that we just have nowhere near the fucking money to buy right now. Fuck, that sucks. Alright, so where to? The courtyard. Ooh, the dissection kit. Bleed chance and damage. That's very tempting. That's a very good trinket for the Plague Doctor. Healing received for the Leper. Protection and minus crit for the Crusader. Arbalest move resistance, which is very useful for them. Or the Heartburst Hood for the Flagellant. None of these are super tempting except for the Courtyard one. And that is technically an apprentice mission, so let's give that a try. There's big money to be made here. And we're going to give Ravina the move charm so they don't get moved out of position. This quest is dangerous and longer than usual. Level 1 or 2 heroes are recommended. Alright, we won't go yet. Now we'll go here. We'll do the Weald since we haven't seen that place yet. It's only a length 1 mission, so 8 food should be plenty. Okay, couple shovels, couple anti-venom, couple bandages, some basic shit, and we're out of money. I didn't realize we were that. Hey, thank you, Bonefarer, for the resubscribing. That really means a ton. I appreciate you continuing to work here for this here mountain home. I really do appreciate your prolonged working with us. Got so much last time. What happened? I upgraded some shit, and then I upgraded some people, and burned through all of our money really fast. is the thing. Once you get access to the guild and the blacksmith, it's really easy to burn through all of your money. Like, hilariously easy to burn through all your money. Alright, so our Abomination is in the front row, which means pretty much all of his human form abilities are fucking worthless. So we're probably just going to transform in the first fight and then just stay in that state for the rest of the stage. So it's going to accrue a lot of stress on our party, but it's probably going to be fine. Yeah, he literally can't use any of these abilities except for his self-heal, which is really annoying. 100% of the room battles, which is 2 battles to the south, nothing to the north, and this is a big C, which we started in the middle. That's really not ideal. We're going to have to do a lot of backtracking. They can drink about it later or whatever. Yeah, it's going to be okay. Alright, Zem, you got the 80% disarm trap, and you've got a little bit of stress to get rid of. Let's see how it goes. Hell yeah. Good shit, dude. Starting off on the right foot here. We can't fuck with this. This is something that we needed holy water for. And of course we don't have holy water, so fuck. Let's keep moving here. A map inside. Free scout. We got a fight. 2 fights up ahead. Alright. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be fine. We are okay. Okay. Dogs. These are not super threatening, but they have a really high dodge chance. Alright. Alright, so that stressed everybody out, so that's great. Let's see. Pretty good chance for our Abomination to just one-tap one of these guys. So let's see how that goes. Hell yeah. Big damage. Open vein. These guys are not particularly resistant to bleeds. That dog's if... No bleed. Fuck. Not super worth, but see, we have a stun. Are these guys resistant to stun? Not at all. Can we kill? We can kill, but I'll take the more guaranteed stun. One damage. Pfft. Ah, a 3 damage bleed over 3 turns. Okay, 3 damage. Another bleed. Resisted. Hell yeah. And staunch the flow. Blammo.
Press this advantage.
Zim with the big fucking hit. That's a bummer. You'll heal and dispel the bleed. Come on. 2 damage, whatever. It's fine. And of course he gets a bleed off. Fuck me. Wow, alright. Whatever, we'll take the bleed heal. Or wasn't gonna expect to get that, but fine. Zem, finish it off. Alright. Oh, okay, yeah, he always unforms at the start of every fight. I forgot about that. -4 speed for 4 rounds. Sheesh. Stress. Yeah, you still got a lot of stress there, Zem. Another successful disarm. You'll love to see it. God damn it, Dismas. You fuck. That's a lot! Oh, you're not going to steal from me twice in a row? Oh, of course. This one has 250 gold in it. The last one had over $1,000 in it. Fuck me. Do that. We're going to burn medical herbs so he gets that cured. Let's take this fight. Alright. Double brawler, double acolyte. That's not great. This is... Oh, that's not good. Okay, you know what? I'm going to take that as the blessing that it is. We're going to double poison the back row. Yeah, whatever. Yikes.
Palpable fear.
Pop a bitch in the back row. Or miss, that's fine. So here's how we're going to play this. We're going to bile the mid. And really stack this blight up to kill her quick. Holy shit, Zem. Big miss. So glad Dismiss is here. This dude's gonna blight to death, and this woman almost blighted to death. No, 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 no. This is why we have the move resist trinket. Fuck! Alright, it's fine. We're gonna shuffle this bitch around. Bring her to the front. She is so gonna die.
Slowly, gently. This is how a light.
Stuns. We're gonna get 1 stab from this dude. Ow. Stop it. Four damage. If you hit that, she'll definitely die from a blight on her next turn, or we could get big damage on this guy. Hell yeah. Max damage rolls, M? Bro, you gotta chill. That's a hit. Show me the blight. Fuck. Whatever, you sit in the back and cry about your trauma or whatever. Oh, these guys aren't undead. They're just cultists.
Great is the weapon
Right, that one's dead. Listen, Dismas, buddy. I really need you to pull through for me here. Thank you.
Formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Alright, so this chick's gonna die to the blight. So we want to burn our turns on healing as much as we can. Critical heal, that's gonna big stress heal. Reset. That's 4 damage. We can negate that with a bandage. Alright, and now it's time to backtrack. Okay. That's why we brought food. So what exactly did Dismas bring to the party? I mean, Dismas as a highwayman can do big fucking damage. Oh, that's not good. Maybe? No. Maybe? No. Maybe? No. Key? Torch. Alright, I don't know what to use on coffins. Let's crack it open. Big money. I vote him off the island. Yeah, I mean, highwaymen scale really well into the late game, but yeah, his low accuracy at the lower levels is really kicking us in the ass a little bit.
The light, the promise of safety.
Alright, we're out of food. That's bad. If we hit another hunger check and we don't have food in our inventory, everyone's going to get a lot of stress and take some HP damage, which is not great. So hopefully one of these curios will give us some food up ahead. And he kleptoed? Yeah, but we knew he was going to klepto at least once, right? Stressful incantation, that's fine. That's a lot of stress, fuck me. Why don't you just sit in the front and tank? Piece of shit. Alright. Let's try and kill this brawler really fast. See between Dismas and Zem. Actually, no. Just fucking blight his ass out. Yeah, he's dead. Get fucked.
Should pale
Death with treble dread. Make the Ocean caves our bed. God, who hears the surges roll, deign to save the suppliant soul. Damn, Zem. You just fucking hit hard every time, my guy. Hark!
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Speed 7. What's this guy's speed? 1? Okay. So we can be a little indulgent and take this heal. You fond of me, lobster. Tell me true. Tell me you fond of me, lobster. Right? Alright. Torch is nice, but we need food. Dismas, you piece of shit. Yep. Alright. He's out. We get back, we're kicking him off the island. Bounty Hunter never misses his mark. This is a bad fight. This is like a we might die fight. Or at least, you know, someone might die fight. Okay, not bad damage. Blacko, miss. That's a lot. Plague Monk. Pull that bitch forward. Come here. This could die in this fight. Could look like an accident. So yeah, these fungal scratchers in the back rows are less intimidating. So we want to miss our shots. Just keep missing our attacks. That's fine. We could just keep missing every attack, and that would be so cash money. All right, this guy's going to get a virtue check. So, when your stress hits 100... Fuck.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
Jesus Christ! No, that's not good. No, 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 no. That's fine. Pathetic. That's all we can do here. Alright, keep him off death's door. Zem, you're gonna be fine, buddy. Yeah, just let the abomination tank. Keep attacking that idiot. Pull her back forward, please. Yes. Damn it. I would really love to see a miss there.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Oh, that's so good. Oh, that couldn't have been better. Him marking himself is going to pull the attacks of both of the crawlers. Because they have an attack called Rend the Mark, which is their biggest damaging attack. Why? There we go. At least it dodged. Stop! Leave him alone. Can fucking dodge, boys. For real. That's why I missed first day and all. Yeah. Alright, this mark's gonna wear off this round. Oh, it already did. God, these dudes have such thick protection. It's not good. It's not good.
Breath from becoming unwound.
Please bleed. Alright. Keep you off this door, and as long as you don't get double targeted, Zem, you're gonna be okay, bud. Just keep tanking the front line, you worthless piece of shit. Hell yeah. Hit the abomination. Critical? No, it's fine. Alright, all these dead. Stop. Zem, you fucking legend. Yo, Dismas coming out of the box with the biggest fucking deal of a damage all day. Zem's fucking unstoppable. He's unfucking touchable is what he is. Not really super helpful, but finish it. Oh, of course, with the big dick crit, just to be like, I could have done that shit at any point, but I wanted to give you some hope. It's time to get the fuck out of here. If only Hemlock could dodge like you, fucking F's in chat. Oh my goodness. Compulsive. Zem. Thin-blooded. Dismas Cove Adventurer. We made it, yeah. The Yips and Faded. Faded's pretty good. The Yips is terrible, though. That's really rough. Ooh, yeah. The Shield Breaker is really awesome. She's like a melee poisoner. Oh man, Dismas, what a great, super helpful week. Get the fuck out of here. This game looks so good. This game is really good. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, Desjardins, you are dog shit. Goodbye. Oh hey, more shield breakers.
Shifting, swaying. She mesmerizes her prey before the final
Daredevil, that's really good. 15 dodge if health is low. That's going to come in the clutch. Hot to trot. Big damage, big accuracy, big crit on first round. That's awesome. And who's this third lady? What's your deal? Deadly. Wow, all of these shield breakers are really good. They're all really good. And what's this guy? Are you good? Another hot to trot. Okay. So since we've not taken this guy out yet, and he has the yips, so... Peckoth, fuck off. You've literally been replaced by the same guy who's better than you. Alright, so suddenly a third of our roster is shield breakers, so that's cool. Alright, that is, I think, where we're going to stop for the day, though. We're over time, which is totally fine. But let's see if I can drop you guys off on somebody else who's also doing Darkest Dungeon. Oh man, look at that. We're the third most viewed Darkest Dungeon stream right now. Holy shit. Ain't that fucking rad. Let's see. Yeah, let's, you know what, let's bump up the next person who's just below us. Morin Wolf. Alright guys, as always, thank you guys so much for popping by. I deeply appreciate it. Hang out with this person as long as you want. Stay as long as you will. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Starting the work week off fucking excellently today with some Deep Rock Galactic and then some Darkest Dungeon. That was incredibly fun. Thank you guys for hanging out. As always, I'm Horatius the Dwarf. Spam the hype emote because it's time to get out of my mind. I'll see you guys tomorrow for some Solasta, Crown of the Magister.